Launch Monday? I don't know. The release date's a bit wishy-washy. I think it's because the developer's in a weird time zone compared to me. He's like on the other side of the planet, so. I was gonna clean the courtyard up, but then I got high. Ooh. Was gonna clean that garbage out, but then I got high. I was gonna play the Dwarf for it, but then I got high. Anyway. It's almost 4:20. Okay, come on. Give me a break here. Chat room, you can now say hi to YouTube. Hi, YouTube chat. Hope you're doing well. And hi, Twitch chat. Hope you're doing well. Welcome back to Subtlescribe, where you should subtly scribe.
Hi, YouTube.
Neuro Keys, thanks for the $5. Appreciate you. Of course, if you would like to find VODs for these after the fact, on Twitch, !VODS, or just !YouTube. On YouTube, it should be in the stream's description, which is at Blind Extras on YouTube. This is our fortress, the fort. Which is becoming the evil villains of the world. We are a fortress of necromancy and necromancer overlords. We have a necromancer who is the Duke of Sack channeled now, which is really funny, with the goal of taking over the world. I need to make spears and robes, apparently. I will just queue those up. The goal for this, for me, is to just keep building up this fortress and acquire I'm just gonna make 20 robes. Iron, actually, I think I have steel. Steel spear. And not take over as much of the world as possible, but basically just cause wars with as much of the world as possible. The next fort I play with in this world is going to be as part of the Rack of Lobsters, which is the Dwarven Civ that I have been actively destroying. We've taken over quite a few of their locations, which some of them were taken over by goblins first, and we've also expanded to an absolutely massive number of hillixes all the way around the fortress here. We are attacking up here. This location, Tempest Hex, actually has a demon in it. We lost a bunch of my military to that, so we need to be careful there. But we do know where that is. We have war elephants, war dragons, cave dragons. A military commander named Van Ori, who is literally a legendary leader and high master ambusher and master tactician, which is almost as good as you can get. I think today what I'm going to try and do is expand my military, because admittedly, we have 2 squads right now. We have one which isn't totally full, and one which is full. I think we should expand those and get like maybe 5. We are currently in late summer, so hopefully we get to trade again. We are doing our damnedest to get rid of all of this extra armor and weapons and shit that we just have lying around because we have way too fucking much of it. And I'm building this cool ass entrance to the fort. I think it looks pretty rad. This is the entryway of the fortress, which is I'm probably gonna have a trading area right here eventually. I'm trying to make this into a not defendable platform, but like a separated platform. So lowering down the edges and building quartzite borders. So this is probably what we'll be working on today, is this kind of construction project here. This is large portion of the plan. What's the third squad? This is a Marksdorf squad. That's for local defense if things get hairy. So we're working on this kind of area. The entryway is going to go this way and then up another layer, and then pop up into here probably. So this is going to be where the actual entrance happens. I need to figure out how I'm gonna build it. I have an idea, I was thinking about it last night. So we're gonna try and enact that today. But I need to be careful to like be able to lock it at all times before we press the go button and do it. Because if I can't lock it, then well, stuff can get in. We do get attacked relatively frequently, although the attacks have gotten slightly less frequent as of late. You'd hate to get caught off guard by a random legendary ambusher. Oh yeah, no. Like definitely. Why would you like that? So I did mention, I do need to name a dwarf still, Darius. I have not forgotten, do not worry. I did mention that we have necromancers. So if I go to here and type in necro, Currently, the necromancers in the fort are Scabbled, Can't Find My Zombie, Bonesaw, Tellan Artho, Geotrack, and Big Bang the Third. And I have to say that Tellan Artho and Can't Find My Zombie have gotten married. I think that's actually the first marriage I've had in this fort. The necromancers are all burrowed into here. I was trying to get the suited giraffe zombified. However, unfortunately, he has no arms and he has no legs that function, and he works really slowly for some reason. So he actually canceled reading the book because he got too hungry. So we'll try that again. Try to get him educated, shall we say? So there is that. And I'm trying to think what else I need to mention before we start. Let's just read the dwarfs' names and then we'll get Darius named here. Devilish Potato, Amethyst, Anander, Arende, Ashatol, and Attis the Cyclops Slayer. Baby Blueford, Baka Glass, and Bench, as well as Big Bang the Third, Black Flag Redneck, Bonesaw, Brewer Ba, Can't Find My Zombie, Danathor, and Diamond Destruct, and Dominok, as well as Dragoon, Fallout Rain, Geotrack, Grunty Thirst, Hen Chest, and Hexalin, as well as Judosi, and Just a Robotic Cow, Kaynord, and Lanix, and Lazy Man, and Lucas J. Fox, as well as Lyagushka, and Moma is Wolfie, and Napalm Sideburns, Neokai, No Banner Flags, and Nodokasa, as well as Nortram, and Orange, and Raging Cave, and Real Man Chuck, and Rolf, and Royal Green, and Salty Tempest, and Severian Wolfie, and Scabbled, and Spence, and Stone, and Stormwolf, and Tellan Artho, as well as Terminal Wetness, the Suited Giraffe, that poor dwarf, Transfem, Van Ori, Wintersy, Xylium, and that's everybody. So now we're going to name a dwarf for Darius. One thing I do want to say is if you heard your name called and you would like your dwarf to become one of the eternal badasses of evil history and would like to be a necromancer, just let me know. Darius, does a gem setter work for you? Has beard, is leading a gem. He's a legendary gem setter, is leading a gem cutting demonstration. Has one friend who's also a gem setter. You missed it? Yeah, you're not alive, for whatever that is. Yes, you do not currently have a dwarf fry. I'm not entirely sure that Darius is here, so I don't know if I want to name a dwarf. You wish you were an evil wizard IRL. I mean, you can be an evil wizard IRL. Being an evil wizard is all about mindset, right? Like the guy that ran into my McDonald's on the eve of 2012 New Year's, and so on the first of 2012, came running in covered entirely in tin foil and I think underwear and a giant staff-looking thing and a wizard hat and a fake beard, screaming, "What year is it?" It just requires a little bit of personal dedication and mental fortitude and the right attitude, and you too can be an evil wizard or a very dumb wizard. It's your choice. You wanted to redeem a dwarf, but you got to go for like half an hour. The thing is, dwarves pop up and go periodically. So I'm going to hold off on naming Darius as dwarf. When Darius pops into chat next, I'll name his dwarf, because he asked for a dwarf 12 minutes ago. So I will do that when Darius reappears. So the first thing we're going to do here is I'm going to go attack some things. That's what we're going to go do. We're going to go attack some things. I have been attacking... so the goblins have taken over a bunch of human towns that are very local to us. So there's this one. And... well, that's a very small one. There's several of them, but... that's... oh, okay. I was gonna say, that looks like an enemy one. I really wish that the friendly towns was an easier to see color. Sort of like turquoise. Because like maybe yellow or something, because like the pink just looks like the red to me. Let's go hit this place. We're just sending both squads. They're gonna pillage. Please don't loot other items. I don't need other items. Hey, Shutterbug. How you doing? We'll see you when we see you. Fire nice. I will still be on in half an hour. All right, so like I said, the current plan is to just get stuff put away. It's just to get stuff put away. That's all that we really need. What is that taking? That minecart. Flux. Shoddy test. Boulders. It's all for food. Furniture. I did not name enough of these. Okay, so you're just armor. Let's also add weapons. Which is the problem with this one. And then you also need weapons. No, some forgotten beast. I don't, I'm not worrying about them too much because they're all just in the basement anyway. This one is a great skinless bull twisted into humanoid form. Its eyes glow mahogany. Beware its deadly spittle. I know Darius is at work, so I just don't want to name a dwarf after somebody without their like, yeah, give me that one. Confirmation, you know? Also, I'm in an ad break, so I will just sit here and designate stuff to be constructed if I can. I don't have enough basalt. Are we making rock blocks right now? We are not. Okay. I will do 2 rock block orders. Yeah, the goblin that's got, oh, that's a 0. The goblin that's got its guts hanging out is a zombie that's been there for a very long time. It's friendly, it's just slightly disturbing looking. It wasn't friendly when it invaded us, which is the funny bit. Okay, let's do basalt and quartzite. So 140, or that's 150. Let's do 140 quartzite and 800 basalt. Yeah, we'll just wait. Also, Cool Runnings, great movie. Not very accurate to reality, but great movie. Love Cool Runnings. There you are. You just put your headphones back on. Sweet. Let's name your dwarf then. Does this dwarf work? Paddle. Legendary Gem Setter. Splattered Whip. That's a good name. Darius Cardrin is impervious to the effects of stress, likes to present himself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty, has a very calm demeanor, and is not a private person, and freely shares details of his life. He is sometimes cruel, occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand. He often feels envious of others and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He enjoys the company of others and has an active sense of humor. He has a sense of duty, and he tends to think he is fairly important. He thinks he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He's somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, rarely feels discouraged, is slow to anger, and has a greedy streak and tries to keep things orderly. When he's surprised, he has a very unique laugh. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. I'm putting you in the military, by the way. Personally, is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum and finds so-called dignified people disgusting. Sees power over others as something to strive for and finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting. Respects the law and sees merrymaking as a waste and values peace over war. I'm still putting you in the military. Because you would like martial training. So I'm going to make a new squad. I need to remove a bunch of these militia commanders. There's going to be basic metal armor, so whatever you want. If you would like to name this squad, you can. Little bit about yourself. You're a militia captain here now. You're a member of the Gem Setters Guild, the Jewelers Guild, and also obviously a member of the Living Fire, and you're a member of the denomination of Glitter, which is the god of beauty. You are delighted after putting on an exceptional item, and you need a new dress, and you desperately need a new loincloth. Speaking of cloth. Yarn loincloths for everybody. Let's just make 100 of them. Whoopsies. I tapped the right click when that menu popped up. The drill sergeant is effectively their therapist. It's either that or the mayor. kind of overbuilt this and then decided I wanted to change how I was building it, so kind of going around the edges and removing a bunch of this stuff. Remember, whenever there's an ad break here on Twitch, I will pause the game. And if I'm talking to somebody or in mid-conversation with somebody who doesn't have a sub badge, I will assume that you are that you're in an ad unless you state otherwise, and I will immediately cease talking. So I try my best to be accommodating for the annoyances of ads. Let's just go along here. Nice quartzite. I think that was a boulder. Oh well. That was. And it appears the elves are here to trade. I'm still looking for other dwarves that would be good in the military. Dreams of attaining a rank in society, Godin. She is always looking for a way to better her situation. She doesn't focus on material goods. Is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures, is grateful when others help her out, and tries to return favors, tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things, is slow to trust others and often nervous, isn't particularly curious about the world and is very humble, tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with her respect of martial prowess. She has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others and tends to consider what others think of her, talks very quietly when she's angry, inhales sharply when she's angry, needs alcohol to get through the working day. Is retaining a rank in society, is somewhat disgusted by romance. Yeah, I think we can put you into the military as well. Godin. Godin, be a dwarf. We're also going to add this blacksmith, I think. So I need to make another barracks. I've got this one down here, but it's a little cramped. And I didn't really intend on, like, keeping it as the barracks. So I'm thinking I build another one around here somewhere, probably towards the entrance of this. So let's see if I can just designate the entryway for this, is probably what we're going to do here. Because I would like to see, I'm going to use this space. This is going to be a ramp entryway and probably our new trading area as well. I think this could do it. Could do a ramp going up. Then a ramp going up. I'll have to be a little smart with the ramps. When I, you know, beautify them a bit. Have any of you guys seen a dwarf Ross appear? Because dwarves can have curly hair, which looks like shockingly similar to Bob Ross hair. And when they have that plus the right mustache, they just look kind of hysterical. I think there's actually a better Twitch TV emote on this channel for it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. There we go. That, I think. And I'll dig out a bunch of this and give us a bunch of space to screw around with. And customize. And tweak and change. Probably give us some space for some bigger pillars. I just like having pillars around. Even though I'm aware they don't actually do anything. Although apparently I've like confused some people where they're just like, why is it building pillars? Because then they think that they need to build pillars. No, you do not. Do not worry about building pillars. Please do not worry about building pillars. I make them because I think they look cool. No real Bob Ross painting contains people. Yeah, no, he likes drawing happy little trees. He's like a nature painter, isn't he? All right. That should be a decent start. Have you missed anything? I named a dwarf and started the beginnings of a new military squad. I think that's about it. Chat, has JJ missed anything? Aside from me stating that we're going to stream some Rift Wizard tonight, I think. Yeah, you missed that. See, like, I'm not much of an art buff. I don't really know terminology around different types of painters. I know what still life is, and I know what portraits are. That's about it. That's like the extent of my art terminology knowledge. But, you know, it's a start. I'm no expert, and I think that's okay. A fruit appeared? What part of the world are you in right now? Or are you at the airport, actually? This area needs to be fixed, but we'll leave it there for the construction portion still. This one was the boulder that I accidentally placed, which I'll just get rid of because I don't need that. Let's go here and along here. Progress is being made. You're in the airport? Gotcha. Gotcha. The Granville Island, I think it's the Granville Island Tap House, has a decent selection of beer in YVR. All right, it's the one with the green bar at the end. Why are my floors always green glass, Budgie? Or Bangle? Because chat told me to use green glass for this portion of the floors. That's why. Also, Bonesaw, I got some news for you. You're not dead, fortunately, but you are listening to poetry and you are a necromancer. You live with the necromancers in the necromancer's box. It's a very, well, not very, but it's a rather tightly cramped room. However, you are in the immortal socializing and watching job. Your job is to watch the construction of the entrance of the fortress. And occasionally I release them to go get new clothes, which I think I should actually do right now. So I'm actually just going to briefly disable the necromancer's very specific separated burrow from the rest of the fort and let them out to, if they need to, you know, go do some jobs, go do something else, go tend to their needs even. Because every now and again they kind of want to leave and go acquire some items or, you know, necromancer things. Listening to your favorite Creed songs. Yeah, checks out. You know, I never liked Creed. I tried listening to Creed relatively recently because I was like, I can barely remember what this was like. And I was on like a bit of a, like that era of music, like kick for a very short period of time. I was listening to like, you know, not Creed, but I was listening to like some Seether and some Breaking Benjamin, like that era, you know? I still don't like Creed. I mean, like, no, I like 3 Days Grace. I like Breaking Benjamin. I don't really like Seether, but some of those songs are kind of fun. I like Godsmack. I like a lot of stuff from that era, but no, not you, Creed. The band, Creed. You're fine. But the band? Incubus is good, yeah. Low-key Christian music? That's an understatement. They are very high-key Christian music. I mean, they're no, like, Third Day or Newsboys, but My favorite type of Christian music is the bands, the really, really, really loud, like post-hardcore / hardcore bands from that era that were Christian and like very loudly Christian. But if you see them touring now or read interviews with them now, they're like, yeah, well, we haven't marketed ourselves as Christian in a very long time. And then if you read into it a little bit and like watch footage from their shows, it's like they literally did that so that their parents would let them make a band at the time. The number of bands that are like that now is kind of astonishing. Like Under Oath, Devil Wears Prada, just to name two, where they're just like, yeah, well, we haven't marketed ourselves as a Christian band in a very long time. But then they still tour with like very loud, like preachy bands, which is funny. I don't know. That stuff's at the front of my brain because I saw The Devil Wears Prada and Fit for a King relatively recently. Fit for a King, very preachy. The Devil Wears Prada, not so much. not so much. Just gonna plop some floor pieces next to these so that I can build walls. This is actually gonna be a pain in the ass. Kind of screwed this up. Fit for a King is pretty good, but they kind of feel like youth pastors in their shows. Like, their music's good. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, they write great riffs and whatnot, but, like, they are a little bit preachy. Like, I'm sorry for the mandatory music minute, but, like, Andrew WK looks like a youth pastor. Okay? He dresses like one, and his music is not really like that, right? And he's definitely not like that in his shows. Whereas Fit for a King dresses the same way as him, except they're literally like, kids, read your Bibles. Why? Have I tried DF on the Steam Deck? For me, a Steam Deck would be a redundant waste of money, so no. I've touched a Steam Deck once. Like, I've held a Steam Deck once. So, have I ever played it on a Steam Deck? No. Plenty of people in chat have, though. Ranger skill tree, bows, and animal taming. Let me know when they've got when he adds the like overworld stuff, like the commanding armies stuff, basically, because that's the stuff that really interests me. But I've heard chat has reported many times that the Steam Deck is a pretty decent Dwarf Fortress machine. Gideon. That sounds very familiar, but I don't know. Like, that's one of those names where I'm like, I know that name, Brutal Time, in YouTube chat, but, like, I don't recognize the name. Well, okay. I recognize the name. I couldn't tell you if I listened to them. I've listened to a lot of music. I think the most standout Christian bands I've listened to, probably Under Oath, is the one that I've listened to the longest and the most consistently. Although I fucking hate their record label now. Just for a variety of reasons. Revolver's not a great label. But, like, they still send me ads about the NFT versions of the albums that they make. Like, not the greatest label. They just kind of jump on money printers, and it's annoying. But, you know. In adventure mode, you can play as any non-specific animal person, but I would recommend you play as one that is part of a faction, because that gives you a lot of advantages, at least when you're starting out. Which does limit your selection, but basically you want to have clothes. And it's hard to find clothes for some of the animal people. And you can't make clothes. Which is a bit of a problem sometimes. Skillet. Yeah, I listened to Skillet quite a bit when I was younger. I listened to Skillet because my mom liked them, actually. So they were a louder band. That kind of, like, calling them, like, they're like hard rock or alt rock, right? They're like an alt rock band that I could listen to in the car That's actually honestly why I listened to a lot of that stuff growing up. Like, I never really thought of myself as a particularly religious kid, even though my parents made me go to church and Sunday school and shit. But like, even my parents aren't even that religious these days. But it was something I could listen to in the car and not like get looked at funny when, because I fucking hate you, would come on, you know? You're such a liar. That kind of, you know, good music, right? Or like Limp Bizkit. I wouldn't get in trouble when Roland came on. Starfield. Oh yeah, no, I know Starfield. I think I still have a Starfield CD. I still have 2 Switchfoot CDs too. Speaking of like religious music. Switchfoot, like, not a bad band though. Like I've gone back and listened to their stuff like recently. It's like, yeah, you know, like they wrote some bangers. Like it was a bit preachy, but like decent light rock. Just wanted to pop in and give a follow. Going back to watching Machine Waters. When you run out of VODs from Machine Waters, they move over to the VOD channel. Just a heads up. If you're watching on the main channel, Falsnor. And thank you very much, seriously, for the follows. And thanks for stopping by, dude. Appreciate you, mate. Sorry, I'm very distracted this morning. So when do dwarves use wheelbarrows to bring stuff to a stockpile? Yeah, well, no, they'll bring anything to a stockpile. So you just need to assign it. I can actually show you how to assign them. So if you have wheelbarrows available, if you click on the little barrel button, there's a little barrel button where you can like assign bins and barrels. There's a wheelbarrows thing. You can, yeah, here, just have a link. Right there. Because people started complaining about the VODs on the main channel because, I don't know, YouTube. The wheelbarrows option. So by default, boulder stockpiles get 3 wheelbarrows and everything else gets 1. Most people just don't make enough wheelbarrows for them to like be able to be distributed evenly. If you want to use wheelbarrows, you have to go in and assign them. They will carry anything with wheelbarrows. The only awkward bit is first they literally physically carry. Uh-oh, my camera just turned off. Hold on. How long has that been at? God damn it. El gato! It's on. What is even happening? God, I'm small. What? Why am I so small? The hell? Hold on. This is like the opposite of the technical problems we had the other day. Hold on, let me widen me. Just a wee bit. God damn. I'm blaming Elgato right now. Also, there's a vile force of darkness. Jesus fuck. Hold on, let me just go make sure it's plugged into the right port. Yeah, it's not the battery. Hell. Vile force of no signal. Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty big vile force, man. And now I'm big. The hell? Guys, ready for massive blind? I'm also at the wrong resolution. It's annoying, because that just reset my filters again. You know, I really don't want to buy a new camera that's designed for this, but every time this happens, I get slightly more tempted. I have had this camera for a few years. After tax season's over, I'll think about it. Go. I'm super big. You know, this bit's getting old. I'm not gonna lie. It's getting old. Hey, that one's right. What the fuck? All right, well, anyway. Grr. The dwarves are sieging us again and are seeking a pearly. A pearly whirly. So because it's the, this is the rack of lobsters. And they are on horseback. And there's a ghost in my fort. It should be pretty easy to just make them split. Radbug. It's also, that's scary. This is a ghost throwing a tantrum. You do not want ghosts throwing tantrums. I'm not sure why they never got entombed, but we need to deal with that ASAP. Hello, Plutorino. How are you? You used your phone as your camera for streaming? Mm-hmm. The thing that you need to remember is I'm familiar with those solutions. I need a slightly better solution than that, and a more permanent solution than that. Which one did I click on? Did you just literally cancel it the second I told you to build it? Or was that like the quickest engraving I've ever seen? No, you literally canceled it. Okay. Oh no, I see. It's wrong one. Let's wait for this to be done. Bored at work, wanted to play some DF. No, I gotcha. Gotta play all that DF. When did I give you jobs again? Let's see how that last squad invasion did. So we went to go pillage that goblin town. We unrolled a brilliant tactical plan, and the attack was at a strong positional advantage. Still very new to any waterworks in this game. You've played a bit in the non-Steam version, like a few hundred hours. And also now in this version is almost 100 hours, and yesterday was the first time that you used a well. Oh. Right before a were-lizard incident. I would recommend messing with aquifers, light aquifers. Chat, it was waterlung. Yeah, waterlungs. Waterlungs would actually be a pretty good one to watch for light aquifers because there was a really, really annoying thick light aquifer in that one, and I kind of dig around it and then end up building like rivers and channels through the fort using them, which was pretty cool. Do memorial slabs work for ghosts? Yes, it's if you do not have a body, you use a slab. Also, we're clashing with 230 some odd goblins with each one of these. Slaying 6, slaying 7, slaying 6, slaying 10, slaying 7, slaying 6, slaying 10, slaying 7. Very, very, very large numbers of goblins we are taking out with these. And I want to seize Violent Mind, which we haven't done yet, but get rid of that. All right. That's what's less distracting. Also, thanks for the follows, by the way. I got a couple follows already today. Appreciate you guys. I don't have any notifications for followers, so you don't need to get doxxed by following the stream, but I do appreciate it. They do go a long way. Let's wait until this is done. Do you have to leave people behind to take over sites? Only one. Only the commander. They become the leader, and then you use the messenger job, which is behind my camera. This one down at the bottom, it's Lazy Man. They can go get everybody but the leader of the squad back. So basically, what I do is I whittle them down until every time I attack them with the pillage option, it just says they found nothing. And when it says that, I find a dwarf that's really mad that I don't like, and I make them a militia commander, and I send them off and say, go take over this town. And then they usually do. And sometimes they die, and then I go, oh well, and then I send another one. You built your first infinite power generator the other day, and the water, just for the water to evaporate, and it turns off. Yeah, so infinite power generators evaporate pretty quickly. I don't know if they did that intentionally or if that was like a side effect of another change, but I think that's for the best. Although if you really want an infinite power generator, there's two other ways that you can do it. One with a minecart, you put the minecart in the water, and then fill the minecart up, and it dumps over. If you have it sitting on a track stop that dumps, so it just infinitely dumps, and that makes the wheels spin. You could do that, or you could put 2 drawbridges, okay? Make some water flow, and then raise the drawbridges and then build a water wheel on top of it. That will also have the same effect. So there's like 3 other options. I personally think that those infinite power generators feel bad, and the reason is they cause a lot of weird pathing lags. Uh-oh. A still was toppled. That's unacceptable. Right here. Also, Cog, I think, got put in hospital by that ghost. Let's just check in on my Necromancers. See if they got their new clothes. What are you hauling currently? Wearing item in stockpile. Oh, you're pushing the wheelbarrow. I kinda... Actually, just want to remove all of these side activities from them. I'm in an ad break, so I'm just gonna wait. Can goblin ghosts haunt your fortress? I've never seen a goblin ghost. Also, when it comes to ghosts, for those of you who are interested or worried about ghosts, look up the 12 different types of ghosts. There are, it's like 12 or 13 different personality types. Even the least concerning ones will just hang around dwarves that they liked, or dwarves that they wanted to like, or dwarves that they knew, or the place where they died, and just scare the ever-living shit out of every single dwarf that sees them. Apparently dwarves can get used to them eventually, but the vast majority of them will just go insane first. But they need to have been friendly or residents. Okay, I mean, I've had friendly, like, goblins die. I maybe just not in high enough quantities, but I've never seen a goblin ghost. Happy days. How are you doing on this fine Friday? Arrow. You had a ghost visitor? A ghost visitor. Did you send any intelligent undead off the map in a squad? Creed, what kind of dwarf you like? A musician? Might I ask? You wrote down a name. Okay, I will put Creed in brackets. Oh, wait, hold. I see. You want somebody named Libash. I wonder if they got named. Possible. Actually, I wonder. There's a dwarf that came from an elf colony. I think that may have been a noble visitor. I think I know what dwarf you're talking about. And I think that was a noble visitor. Okay. Let's... Do you have any preference on job, Creed? Give dwarf to YouTube. How am I going to do this? YouTube, first person to post a beer emoji gets a dwarf. Let's do it that way. Yeah, feel free to share a screenshot. Like, my Discord and Twitch chat have very few rules. Also, we just kind of use a, like, don't be an idiot rule. Aki Thorson gets the dwarf. So I will give Aki beard or no beard? AKITHORSON. Beard or no beard? You don't drink? Well, it's okay. The dwarves do. You don't have to. I mean, you probably drink water, right? There's water in beer. For the sake of entertainment, we can pretend. Beard. Okay. I will give you the happiest dwarf with beard. Who happens to be a planter who is planting seeds currently. And thank you. Agreed. He is gripped by crippling shyness and does everything in his power to avoid excitement and stress. He always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of his considerations and often is sad and dejected. Can be very happy and optimistic and is confident under pressure. Finds helping others emotionally rewarding, and though he wishes this were not the case, as he considers altruism foolish. He tends to think before acting, and he tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, and he isn't particularly curious about the world. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and his voice trails off and everything. When he's thinking, he clicks his tongue repeatedly, and when he's nervous, he tends to stretch his body. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally thinks that the entire concept of sacrifice for others is truly disgusting. Sees family as one of the most important things in life, greatly respects those that observe decorum and maintain their dignity, treasures leisure time and thinks it is very important in life, respects commerce and those that engage in trade, strongly values tranquility and quiet, and respects the law, and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others and finds artwork dull and boring. Interesting dwarf. He likes earthenware, fine pewter, red tourmaline, the color emerald, spears, mail shirts, and amulets and yaks for their shaggy hair, parakeets for their coloration, and the words of the fragrant sheen, glimmer, and the sound of the rhythm of drumming. And when possible, prefers to consume white millet beer, and hates mosquitoes. We're just going to make sure that everybody is assigned to this. Wink. There we go. And let's keep these dwarves inside for a wee bit and get some get this combat done with. Nice. Oh. Huh. A rock has come named Goto Thipluth Newer Kima. A bird of prey so large and ferocious, it dwarfs many dragons. All beneath its mighty wings should fear the sky. Game is paused. Where is it? Cool. 42 kills. It's killed elves, many a human, some dwarves. Felicrolbur, the kobold. A big meanie. Donkeys, cats, guinea cocks, ducks, hens, boars, beak dogs, horses, alpacas, mules, pigs, cattle, sheep, a turkey. Well, it might end up going after me, but I'd kind of prefer it goes after not me. I'm gonna send my squads right there. Are you a visitor? Yes, you're a steak orb. Do tell me all about the steak orb. I would like to know about an orb of steak. Okay, so let's follow this rock. Actually, I'm gonna go down to this layer and just place a slab right here. Because I guarantee that's done now. Oh, wow, no, it's not. Are you for real? Jesus Christ. Let's follow the rock then. Yep, it's going to die. Yeah, we're gonna fight it. It's not gonna make it to the dwarves that are invading us. Okay, it's diving straight for us. The Winter of Pearls, go to seal matched. The Winter of Pearls, flying directly towards the entrance of the fort and right directly past the entrance of the fort because, well, then it sees something because it's terrified while in conflict, overwhelmed by terror, and flies away. Well, scaredy burb, I suppose. Birdie? Wow, you really flew as far away as you possibly could. I would always like to catch rocks, but this fort is not even remotely set up to catch giant birds. If it was, I would try. Ooh, actually. Maybe I have a way. Maybe there's a way, chat. Maybe there's a way. Maybe there's a way. Hold on. Let me see what I can do. Let's get them all back inside. Get inside, dwarves. Get inside, get inside, get inside, get inside. Trying to just lock all the doors. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Let's do this one. It's closer. Okay, that door is open. Unlock this. Unlock this. Come on. Lock the goddamn doors. I don't care about the frickin' nobles. There we go. Sweet. Where is the rock? Please don't go die to the dwarves. Please don't go die to the dwarves. Okay, it's still alive. Sweet. In the air. I would like to catch it. It's the enemy of, like, everybody. Including a bajillion D1 nomadic groups. The problematic dens. The hatchet of deer. You're a D&D DM and killed a buddy with a rock one time and picked him up and flew him up and dropped him. Good stuff. Did he go splat? Did they feel, were they upset about it? Or were they okay with it? I'm just very worried it's gonna fly and attack that army. Although it being a pansy seems to be helpful so far. It's going for the army. Don't do it, Rock. Don't do it, Goto. If you go into my fort, you'll have a higher chance of not dying. Well, I guess what I need to do... So, the way I want to catch this thing is with these. Hey, Fire Nice, welcome back. What the fuck is a rock? It is a giant bird of prey. Prey. Imagine like an eagle the size of a dragon, basically. Or more like a hawk, actually. Less eagle, more hawk. I'm gonna open this. Just kind of hope that it doesn't do a dumb and fly in, which it might. Do I have anywhere I could catch it easily? Unfortunately, this fort is kind of not designed to catch cool creatures like this. Deny the goddamn parlay. Let's see if I can place that slab just yet. No, what the fuck? All right, Radbug. After this job, you're no longer allowed to do this. You are way too slow. It's a pleasant distraction. No problem, dude. I'll do these when I end up having strata meetings, because those are just gonna kind of be an ongoing thing for a while. Or until they kick me out anyway. Or until I resign. Did they hunt elephants in Sinbad? I haven't seen Sinbad, nor do I know really much about Sinbad, so I couldn't really tell you about that. Well, it really seems to be a big scaredy cat, so here's hoping it just doesn't go and die to the dwarves like a big dummy. If I end up having to kill it, I can kill it. That's not too big of a deal. I'm not worried about me being able to kill it. But, I am a little bit worried about them killing it. I'm just going to wait for them to be in here, and then I'm just going to lock them in here, is what I'm going to do. And then I'm going to try and let it in the side door. Oh, hey, look, a cat. Set you guys all to off duty. Dwarf, where are you going? Dwarf, where are you going? Where? Oh, that's probably where you're going. Well, I don't know where you're going. That's fine. You do what you got to do. It's obviously a very important thing he has to go collect or do or get. So, I mean, if it's important enough that you feel the need to walk directly into a combat zone, oh, hey, you got what you were going for, I guess. You turned around, so it should be fine. Probably heard the whinnying of the horses through the walls. It is Friday, yes. You were indeed promised a stream on Friday, and it is Friday. I think. Unless you're in a time zone so far that it's no longer Friday. Chat room, they killed my cat. Or they killed a cat. I would say they did me a favor. Some of you may disagree, but... Let's go down to here, pull this lever. Put them into the... Maybe actually do that higher priority. Get them into the Dwarf grinder. Fortunately, horses are large targets. So I'm not too worried about being able to catch it. Or them being able to catch the globs. There they go. Sweet, they are now locked inside. Let's also pull this lever. Lock them in on this side. There's still a few odd dwarves outside. So I should be able to... actually, hold on. Yes, that door's still locked. Let's find the rock. Oh, shit, we got two ghosts in the fort. Rock is flapping around up here. Game is paused. I'm gonna go start another slab. Fuck you. Just zombie, you are no longer allowed to do jobs. Just go do literally anything else. Slab. Okay, so, it was a rad bug. And do that now. And you, Zassit. There you go. Okay, so the rock is like right there. But I also need to watch for dwarves. Watch it be like completely uninterested in flying into my fort. Why do I keep checking in this screen? There it is. Come on, you. Oh, yes. Cats are, you know. Fuck you, cat. You've destroyed it. Let's try. Pull it now. Make it snappy. Here's hoping it hovers there for a little bit. Come on, dwarves. Come on. Come on. No. Fuck. We'll lock it in and clean the cat shit up, and then get back to it, I suppose. How's this going? Well, dwarves are on fire, so that's good. The TWEP is working as intended. Since we're just here, the rock is, like, obviously killed the cat. That's fine. We're gonna go over here and pull this lever. I mean, the cat ruined it, man. We had the perfect opportunity. It was glorious. We could have very easily caught it. And the cat ruins everything. Yeah, exactly. Cats, worst animal you can have in your fort. I'm gonna pause this and see if those slabs are done. Okay, so this is open. I'm gonna grab this and grab this, double check, see if this is in the burrow. It's not. Let's add this to the burrow. No, don't erase that from the burrow. Add this to the burrow. There we go. Let's get this cat bone and dead cat removed from here. I'm going to jump down to here and go slab. For fuck's sake. Why does slab take so long to engrave? That should be done by now. God darn it. Okay, we'll follow you while you go pull the lever. This wouldn't be so stressful if I wasn't trying to, like, you know, catch a rock. Okay, let's go here. The bridges are gonna come up. This should clear most of them because they're just gonna walk straight into a wall of mist, which is very effective. And this should clear this siege almost. Actually, how many of them are on fire? I'm curious. This should clear this siege pretty quick. Okay, anything that's blinking in this screen is on fire currently. All right, that's a good number of them. That should break the siege almost immediately, I think. All right, still going, not bad. There you go. I like this dwarf who's like walking forward, gets hit by a glob of lava, flies backwards, hits a wall, and then catches fire. It's like insult to injury. All right, siege is done. We're going to pull these drawbridges, drop this down, do it now. Then we will open the door and let them leave for the ones that are left, because they're on horses, they'll leave fast. All of the extra bodies and extra crap that I don't need can just fall into the lava. That is totally fine. Getting the cleanup done. Whew. This dwarf had a rough day. Got hit by glob, like skidded through, bounced off a horse, fell into the lava. You know, as you do. BRB, alrighty. So they, don't see... Okay, the rock has not ended up in combat with anything else. I'm going to jump over to here real quick. I could probably... Okay, let's get rid of that. Let's go here and just install 2 cage traps. You know, as annoying as that cat was, that was kind of perfect. Like, the perfect thing that could have happened in that moment was that. Like, seriously? In my opinion, that was the perfect thing that could have happened there. Here comes a kid to pull the lever. And there they go. There goes the last few. Let's open this. Being able to just click on a bridge and seeing what it's connected to. Best feature that they added to this. It's an amazing feature. Horses go flying. They run across, run through the mist. that mist is brutal. And that should be pretty much all of them, I think. Except for the last few morons who can just leave. All right. Where is the rock? I keep selecting pets and livestock and thinking it's dead and freaking out and going, no! Oh, shit. Chat, I think it's party time. Radbug's ghost. There we go. Chat room. Go grab your favorite party emotes and post them in the chat, please. Oh, great. Fantastic. There's even booze on the ground. That's how you know it's a good party. Okay, so that was a busy tavern dance. Had a lot I needed to do in a very short time there, but it's okay. So how are these? It's one. This one needs a cage trap. Spirituality are not limited to cooking bees' brains for vomit, but many induce cheese. Sorry, everything's happening. But many induce cheese. 10 stupid parrots wanted seeds, so... This is an aesthetically pleasing fort. Thank you, Gate Elemental. And you're one of the few walking out. And then you get home and immediately get a new order to go back and do it again. And you know exactly where you're being sent, and you go... Well, that was fun. It was a busy moment, but fun. So, just out of curiosity, how's Dragon's Dogma 2? Mildly curious. It's okay. I see it as pretty bad performance on PC, which is kind of a shame. One thing I do have to say about it is, holy shit, $57.87 in day one DLC, and the game is $94.99 in Canada. That's the base version. The deluxe edition is 109. Did we just have a bit of a tavern brawl, or am I going crazy? Yep. Having a little bit of a tavern brawl, methinks. Yep. Bunch of dwarves going to hospital right now. Yep. It begins. Well, Radbug's been put to rest at least. Fortunately, the Necromancers are locked in their areas, so we shouldn't have any problems. What are you doing, Van Ori? I'm in an ad break. No, just the Canadian dollar took a plummet, so games got more expensive again. Which is okay, because it means I get paid better. So it kinda seems like their gem setter like tantruming. I'm not entirely certain what caused this. Fights like this are very hard to pin down. Lanix was found dead. It also has microtransactions? Oh, that sucks. Are they microtransactions or macrotransactions? Here's the thing, Fire and Ice. If you constantly talk about the Redeem a Dwarf, it's just going to get redeemed the second it pops up, right? Because you'll remind other people to wait for it. Yesterday, there was like a good hour and 40 minutes where nobody redeemed it because nobody mentioned it. If you want it, just wait. Be patient. That would be your best bet. Okay, so this is just a mess. The suited giraffe is dead. That's a shame. Where's the majority of the fighting happening now? Zon is dead. At least nobody's burned. What's the putting bodies in tombs looking like? Recover. Okay, lots of recovering wounded happening. Couple dwarves resting in hospital. Royal Green got injured. Terminal Wetness got injured. Baby Blueford got injured. Lucky Soft got injured. Where is the rock? Okay, so there's dwarves reporting crime. My suspicion is somebody tantrumed and that started this whole thing. Oh, it was one of my barons. That actually makes a lot of sense. So probably what happened is this baron tantrumed. And when the baron tantrumed, that caused all of their friends to kind of go a little bit bonkers. So this is a little bit of what would traditionally be described as a loyalty cascade, but I think we'll come out of this. This will be okay. Not too worried. Like, there will be more deaths, but we'll be okay. Although Van Ori is going to continue getting kills, probably. Let's just set you guys to go training. Well, not you, but you guys. Oh, boy. That's a lot of blood. Okay, how many dwarves are resting? Holy shit. Good thing I have a decent hospital with a lot of supplies. Okay, so let's keep an eye on this rock. Oh shit, I just realized the rock could probably fly into the fort. This has been an event. Well, it flew into the fort. I'm gonna have to kill it. What are the 2 beers for? Beer is a way of, like, expressing hype in this chat. I don't know how else to explain it. Okay, you're leaving the map. I failed, chat. I was trying. This bundle of sudden conflict has, like, completely thrown me off, though.
Cheese for everyone!
Unless it flies out. Oh shit, it flew up. Power tools and beer, the axe lord has been found dead. That sucks. Asob's been found dead. This is gonna be fun to clean up. Okay, so where's the rock? That's what I need to follow. The fight is, like, important, and I do need to follow it, but the rock is more important at this point. Who's coming to pull the lever? You are, Onol. Just get over there and pull the lever. Just pull it as quickly as you can. Please pull it as quickly as you can. Now that's the roll, Diamond. Okay, so it's been pulled. So it's smart enough to fly over top of the lava. Okay. So it should path directly into the fort. Deaths appear to have stopped. Fuck. Now is not the time. Although, we do need dwarves, so I don't exactly mind, but... Come on. Do not turn around and go after the migrants. Whatever you... Thank you. Fuck, finally. Whew. We got it. We did it. We're fine. We live. Chat room, can I get a round of beers, please? Oi. That was stressful. Let's open the door, shall we? I'm a little bit worried. Okay, I do still have tombs that are not yet assigned, which is actually a good thing. Okay, power tools and beer gets a tomb. Oh, shit. Well, I guess we'll put somebody's pet in there. That's fine. You can have a tomb. I don't know why this happens sometimes, but sometimes dwarves just, like, it disables the assign a creature to it. I don't know why that happens. It's a little odd. We lost Gord, which sucks. It was a good dwarf. Okay. Let's check place item in tomb. I will say that whole thing could have gone significantly worse than it did. It's not a DF hack bug because I don't use DF hack to make tombs. At least I'm not in this fort. I have in other forts, but I'm not in this fort. This is just the click drag mass tomb option. That's the clicking sound is making me flinch a little bit. And another dwarf goes. Oh, missing for a week. Oh, great. Oh, I see the problem. Need to open these up again. Oy vey. Let's see. You are in fact still alive. You're the faction outpost liaison, by the way. You've gained a bigger rank. I'm not sure how that happened. But you've moved up to the outpost liaison. Yeah, interesting. But you're still not, or rather, you were the mayor. But the mayor is back to being Stone. So Stone is the mayor again. And Just a Robotic Cow is the outpost liaison, which is interesting because we lost the outpost liaison for a while. So I don't know how we reobtained that or when we reobtained that. I don't recall any kind of statement about that, but... Wait, what? Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's still the same king. Geotrack is the second highest duke in the faction. That's interesting. More paperwork? Yeah. Well, I mean, fortunately, like, I have the bedrooms already made for those dwarves. Oh, yeah. Raging Cave, I think, lost a hand. Still alive, but... Yep, ability to stand and grasp has been lost. Well, that's a pretty major injury, mate. There's part of me right now that really wishes I had a zombie making spot set up to try and resurrect some of these dwarves. I do not have the time to set that up. I should probably set up a zombie making room. Chat room, I have a question. When you were choosing your dwarf, he was already the outpost liaison? Yeah, but you lost that rank. We lost that rank for a little bit. I don't know why it came back. But it was gone for... Unless I'm, like, completely misremembering. I recall you losing that rank and then gaining it back again. Let me just double check all of my doctors. I think I need another bone doctor because this one has no clothes on. Let's make Laya a bone doctor. Let's add another surgeon who can be Goden. Let's add another diagnoser who can be Manom because that's okay. And we'll throw you in there. Okay, how are we doing for supplies in the hospital? Still plenty of buckets. Still plenty of crutches. Still plenty of thread. Let's actually increase the stuff in the hospital. I may need to make more soap, actually. Wait. I'm making pearl ash. Make lye. And then soap from tallow. You never assign them? Whenever a crime is committed in your fort, which can take any number of forms, if you don't have a captain of the guard and a or a sheriff or a hammerer, hammer is a little bit is optional, but if you don't have a sheriff or a captain of the guard assigned, then every single dwarf who values the law in your fort gets a negative mood. Every single dwarf. And then that dwarf is allowed to go around committing crimes. If you have a prison set up, which is the jail zone, which can have which needs either chains or cages set up in it, and you need one for every 10 dwarves in your fort, and you have a captain of guard, and you have a office set up for the captain of the guard. Whenever a crime is committed, you can hit J, and you can convict the crime. Who is apparently the dwarf who started a lot of that fighting is now dead and was a monk. Well, that's interesting. Every single dwarf who committed a crime, when they get convicted, did I lose my captain of the guard? No, I didn't. Amethyst, where are you? Amethyst. When they get convicted, okay, Amethyst is just socializing. Then your captain of the guard would put them in prison or give them a beating or both. When they get put in prison, which I don't have any dwarves in prison right now, it will either make their mood worse or it'll make it better depending on their personality. So you can essentially partially and often permanently rehabilitate stressed out dwarves. Or alternatively, it just makes them get angry faster and then they just die. But it gives your entire fortress a global mood buff every single time you convict a crime, because every dwarf that values the law, which is about half of them, if not more, depending on your faction, they all get happy thoughts. And generally, you want your fortress to stay happier, right? So, is there any benefit? Absolutely. And it makes me really sad that most people ignore it. Also, whenever somebody commits a crime of the non-violent variety, like trying to steal an artifact, you can interrogate them. If you interrogate them, you can go into the intelligence screen and learn about actors who've committed crimes in your fort. I don't have many in this fort because I haven't had many. But when you learn about actors, you can learn about criminal networks and different locations where criminals operate from. And that can be very interesting. And there can be a lot of fun lore that you can discover that way. Here, you can have Selob. Eternity. Eternity is square mirrors. Lives at a high energy kinetic pace. Finds humor in most situations after wearing old clothing. Actually, hold on a second. Before I read this dwarf, I'm just going to go out to here, click this, send you, pillage. Go! Okay. She dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. Is bashful and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. A forgotten beast has showed up and I don't care. She tries to keep her things orderly, isn't given to flights of fancy, often feels discouraged, isn't particularly curious about the world, and has a menacing stare when she's angry, needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of raising a family, personally views tranquility as one of the highest ideals, and values peace over war. Like slate and black bronze and crystal opal. Capuchin leather and pigtail paper. The color dark brown and spears and cabinets, and when possible prefers to consume white spotted puffer and beetroot wine, and absolutely hates bats. For religion, you're a member of the Creative Caves, which I'm not familiar with. You're a member of the Good Guild, which is the Doctor's Guild. And you're a legendary gem cutter and proficient / adept at most doctoring skills. You are kindred spirits and friends with many of the other doctors, and you know a couple of the jewelers as well. You've been in the fortress for a decent amount of time. You got here almost 10 years ago now. You've been here since the early spring of 532. Yeah, is what it is. Yeah, absolutely. No, I mean, I think that if you are ignoring a system in Dwarf Fortress, the only person you are doing a disservice is yourself. That's about it, really, as far as I'm concerned. I know that not everybody agrees with that, but, like, if you are ignoring a system in Dwarf Fort, you could do better. And you're probably missing out on something cool. Okay, let's go up to here and place that last slab, because I know for a fact I have a ghost, which should have been dealt with by now. Yes, it was. Sweet. Then let's go down to here. Okay, that's 2. Here's hoping that caps us off. Oh, damn. The Faith of Jail, speaking of prisons. I mean, I could do that pretty easily. That's not too hard. It's just a matter of where do I put it. It is a Lady Rock. Although, I'm not planning to use it. I don't even want to train it. I was going to use it to scare necromancers. Because I want to make a resurrection room. But I'm thinking that, yeah, we make a resurrection room, but use the rock for that. Actually, we should probably just keep up with putting items in tombs. Because I don't see the purpose of, like, worrying about trying to train a mega beast when I could just, you know, chain it up. Unless I ended up with a breeding pair of them. I mean, we have plenty of omelets anyway, right? Like, I don't really want to use it for war, so. You've created a fortress, and one of the 7 forts is a necromancer. What should I do? One of the 7 first is a necromancer? Really? You started with a necromancer? I don't believe I've ever seen that before. That's kind of nuts. Necromancers are immortal dwarves that I wish were harder to acquire. It's impossible to make an intelligent undead animal that is on your side. And also, that would defeat the purpose. I need something to scare my necromancers and put them in combat. So why would I intentionally make that an impossibility? Because that's all that is making that an impossibility. That'll do. Yeah, but then I'd have to open the caverns up. TLDR. Cry all you want. I am not going to train the rock. That's the long and short of it. We have a rock in the fort. Training it is the way you kill it. Keeping it safe and separated is the way you keep it. So. You've never seen that happen before? Because you embarked early spring on ice. What happens in early, like the very first embark you do in any fort, in any new world, is on ice. What happens to ice in early spring? It melts. It's like the most logical outcome ever for embarking on a frozen ocean. Rith the blacksmith has been possessed. Let's see, how many dwarves are still resting? Sweet. Okay, so the hospitals are clear. Soap is still a little low. Zacit hasn't been satisfied yet. God damn it. Did I not make a slab for Zacit? I thought I did. Wrong Zacit, maybe? Zacit M? Motherfucker, it's the wrong Zacit. That's not it, though. Okay. Okay. Let's go here. I need more tombs placed. I also need to make that new church that just got requested. People are always commenting on various things that the minimap looks like. And you know what? I think that's just like the constant state of Dwarf Fort. Minimap always looks like something. And I never know what chat's talking about. Almost never. Unless they're like, it looked like an elephant. And I'm like, oh, I know what an elephant is. But yeah, genuinely, more than half the time I find I don't know what chat's talking about when they're just like, it looks like a whatever something. I know what a cloud is. Yeah. It's the dude with the large sword, right? It's also the weird fluffy things that they claim that you can't jump on. I disagree. I'd be willing to bet I could, in fact, jump on one of those. I've seen them from airplanes. They look fluffy. It's the Forbidden Sky Bouncy Castle. Naturally. You know, there was one time Tarn, like, in an offhanded comment in an interview mentioned, what if we could mine clouds for sky blocks to make floating islands? Like, just as like a spitball, like, you know, what if we could do that? That's something I'd like to do. And it's like, I'm almost scared as to see what that would look like. So I'm like, boy, howdy, that'd be OP. Good lord. All right. How many things are still being put in tombs? Not that much. That's good. Whew. Let's go up to here. Place yet one more slab, hopefully. Hopefully it's done. Oh, God. Honestly, slabs are like one of the pieces of UI in this version that I'm the most tired of. Like, I'm so tired of slabs, mate. Rith the blacksmith has been possessed. Oh! Rith the blacksmith is possessed, but Rith the blacksmith is in prison. Well, they need to remove you from prison. So, hopefully they unchain you. That'd be awkward if they didn't. Well, But I just deconstruct your chain and we'll figure it out later. Can he reach the bed? No. When they're chained up, they can only go one tile in each direction. So that, like, reverted the moods a whole bunch, but it could have gone a lot worse. Like most things in this video game. That could have gone a lot worse. Let's also set you to training and give you a place to train in this squad. I do still have this one. You can train here. Okay. Let's also see what gear is available. Cool. They have what they need. Finally. Zasset, the gem setter, has been put to rest. It worked. Dwarf has gone and claimed a magma forge and is standing there stationary. What do you need? Cut gems, got it. Raw clear glass. Do I have raw clear glass right now? I don't think I do. I am in an ad break. Let's see. Do I have all the things I need? I might actually already have all the things I need. I don't know. Satrians. Boy, these dwarves are ready to raid the Cloud Realm, get ready to ruin the Ascension Plane. You know, just statements like that makes me really want to go play Conquest of Elysium. I like how Dwarf Fortress is one of those games where you can unironically refer to yourself as a noob, but also state in the same sentence that you have 250 hours played. This is taken from YouTube chat. And it's the time that you're conquering the military squad. It's really harsh learning curve to you, but you're loving it. Hell yeah. And also, JJ, thanks for sticking around for a second month of YubTub membership. Appreciate you. Have a good weekend, dude. Chat room, can I get a round of beers for JJ? In both chats if you want. For being a YouTube member for a second month. It's okay. Dwarves don't need water. Statue sounds. So that artifact needs raw clear glass. Let's see if we have Pearl Ash. I don't think we do. Actually, let's just check. There we go. Do I fertilize my farms? I don't think I've fertilized a farm since like version 30. It kind of stopped being necessary. I mean, look how many plants I have. Why would I add an extra step to that when it's like, well, I've not found it necessary in a very long time. Also, squads have returned. See how fight goes. The attackers had a strong positional advantage. We're down to 190 goblins in this location. And just keep pillaging. Just keep pillaging. I'm curious about how many kills Fanori's up to. 62. Jesus. Good lord, man. That's so many kills. It's absurd. Absolutely absurd. Can an aquifer be? As deep as it is. I've seen aquifers that are 40 plus layers deep. I've seen aquifers that are 2 layers deep. It's as deep as the soil, and they can also lead into certain types of, you are slightly concerning, Dwarf. Okay, so Aiden, you're gonna be removed from the military. What squad are you in? The Foggy Picks? Okay. You are going to start your own squad. And Aiden, you're gonna go conquer and occupy this place. Good luck. Maybe after I arrest you. Yep. You're gonna get thrown in prison first, or maybe beaten. One of the two. What are the concerning stats of the concerning dwarf? I don't understand what you're saying. If we're talking about the dwarf I just had highlighted, they tantrumed in my tavern and are an axe lord, which means I do not want a tantruming axe lord in my fort. That's generally not good for the fort's health. Okay, so that didn't get done. Potash from Ash. Yeah, I tend to agree. I mean, they can go through certain types of stone aquifers. So depending on the type of stone you have available, they can sometimes go to areas that you don't necessarily want. Okay, we've got Pearl Ash. I said they were concerning, yes. Nope. I did not have that happen, Dragon. The dwarf that was concerning was an axe lord who was tantruming. That was the concerning dwarf in question. Okay. Did you... Did you make clear glass, or did I miss that? Okay. Are they moving? Okay, where did they put the pearl ash? That's the problem. They're moving the pearl ash. How do you spell that shit? It's one of my least favorite materials in the game. Pearlash. I don't even know where they put it. Okay, well. Odd. Why did it cancel? Needs pearl. God damn it. God damn it. Okay, fine. I'll make you more. Telling Artho, thank you much for the raid. How was your stream today? We've had a busy morning. A very busy morning. Lots of stuff happening. Lots of sieges happening. Lots of dwarves that you don't really want being in the fort, and all sorts of other fun things. I know I have an artifact that wants clear glass. I also have to make a goddamn thing. Aside from a DF crash about 20 minutes ago, do you know what caused it? Mods, gotta get a shout out for telling Artho, please. And chat room, could I get a round of beers for the Raiders? Don't drown them, please. Six hours of DF, damn right. Oh yeah. An axe dwarf has been found dead. Excuse me? Oh. Well, it happens. Needs dressing, setting. I'm not out of cloth, am I? Nope, still stuff in the hospital. Just a matter of the doctors doing it. Yes, we are setting bone. Sweet. Are we putting item in tomb? Maybe you're... Oh, you'll go to a corpse pile first, yep. Okay, so... Potash is done. Some random people that hanging outside seeming broken. Do you have a public tavern, temple, library, public meeting zone? Name, like, assigned named public meeting zone. Because if you just have people hanging out that seem broken, it's probably because you don't have a public meeting zone in the fort. Potash, pearl ash, and ash, it's too much. It's realistic. It's the way they actually work. So, I mean, sure, you could say it's too much. I wouldn't necessarily disagree, but it's the way it works. I think it's fine if you're set up for it. I think it's really annoying if you're not set up for it. They regularly come and request to stay and you deny them. Well, that's why. It's because they just haven't left yet. I figured out exactly why in that case. See who comes and gets it. Okay, well, we have what you need now, even though you're just standing here. What do you need? Bars, metal, tree life. Okay, got that. Stone rock, okay. Do you need bones, leather skin? It's probably tanned hides. Yeah, it's tanned hides. You need tanned hides. You need lots of tanned hides. Actually, is the burrow still? No. I'll just slaughter a bunch of bears. I'll get it going. And I will make a stockpile for leather right here with no bins. I think that might also have something to do with it. Okay. Although there's also just this leather sitting out here, so maybe not. I don't know. I don't know what you want, Dwarf. Being honest. Let's make one for rock clear glass right here. And remove clear glass from here. You think that you should give them different from real life names that sound different? It's something, I don't agree with that. I think that if they're going to stick to realism, they should stick to realism. If they're not going to stick to realism, then what the fuck's the point? All right, that dwarf's gone. Sweet. They went and died at Violent Mind. Okay, so I need to make this temple. The Faith of Jail. Well, it's called the Faith of Jail. So there's only one logical place to put it, and that's in the direction of the jail. I mean, seriously. It's called the Faith of Jail. So obviously we need to put it in the entrance to the jail. Okay. We've got unassigned tombs that are set for dwarves, which means we should be good on the tomb front. At least for a bit. And we've moved into winter. Okay. The other thing that I'm trying to do behind the scenes is set up the resurrection zone for the necromancers, which is going to be pretty easy. I just need to floor up this area, which I'm going to use green glass floor because I think it'll look nice. I will smooth these walls because I don't feel like I don't need to make this area super fancy. It just needs to be good enough. And then I need a lever in here. Well, no, I need a lever in here over on this side. I need 3 doors. It's great. I got 3 doors with gems in them. Put them there. Oh, they should change the names in real life. Okay, I thought you were talking about the in-game. I'm like, like, because to me, like, one of the worst things you can possibly do is have real names for some things and fake names for other things. I think that would just kind of not ruin the game, but make things just, like, unnecessarily silly. I've been to 2 of them in regards to Long Lake. Turns out humans are not very creative. One of my favorite things about humans is we're not very creative. The Faith of Jail. I will accept that so they don't deny it. Don't look up how many long beaches exist. Turns out there's way too many of them. Oh, snatchers. Sending the dwarves up to deal with them before they get into the fort. Is it just one really long beach? You know, you make a very valid argument here, and I do not know if that is true. Why is there a statue of a mosquito in that bedroom? Of all of the things you could have made a statue for. Oh, geez. I didn't realize this, but apparently I actually have a bunch of dwarves that don't have bedrooms. Oh, they're all military. Well, that makes sense. I should make a military sleeping zone. That's something I should do. But one thing at a time. Okay. So I'm going to put a display right here. I'm going to put a chain right here. I'm going to put vertical bars right here. I'm going to put a door right here. I'm going to put fortifications right here. And I'm going to put a single tile raising drawbridge right here. And I'm going to put fortifications right here as well. And I'm going to put 2 cage traps right here. And that should be everything that we need for this. You put the body on the pedestal that you want to resurrect. And then you tell the... Oh, actually, there's something else I need to do here as well. I also need a raising drawbridge right here, up to this wall. Which I'll make out of rose gold. We'll be fancy. So the way this is going to work is the lever over here is going to be connected to these 2 drawbridges. This door is going to be locked. This door is going to be locked. I will put a corpse on this pedestal. The rock is going to be placed right there. Which currently, let's just slap the... Oh, Jesus. I have too many rocks, chat. Or too many cages. Way too many cages. Way too many cages. Shit. I didn't really think about this. I could, like, look up what kind of cage it's in, but... It's probably the best idea. Lay pewter. Okay. It's too many. Any chance to check on your dwarf? You are eating, you are a bard, you are relatively happy. You're blissful after entering a legendary dining room and you didn't feel anything after seeing a goblin's dead body. Also, somebody toppled a statue in a temple and didn't get cursed. What a lucky-ass dwarf. Although it could have been a ghost, so that's already kind of a curse in and of itself. What was I doing? Right, that. And go down to here. That's slate. So this is the Temple of Jails. So I think what I'm going to do for this zone... Oh, yeah. I need to go check my blood sugar real quick. Head's a little funky. Oh, good Christ. I can't... oh, sweet. It's just a small one. I can't catch a break. There was a separate cage trap on the bottom. All right. Oh, shit. Well, my squads are still stationed, so that's convenient. I thought I unstationed them, but... Looks like I didn't. I already caught the rock. What? What are we on about? Already got it. I got this rock on lock already. All right, well, that was easy enough. Siege? What siege? Actually. Did it again. It's been a decent bit of training. Decent bit of training. Snatchers. More of them, apparently. Can I name it Roxanne? You can. Currently, I'm much more concerned with not pissing the dwarves off more than they currently are, so. The Faith of Jail, 9 worshippers. What's the value of this currently? Chat can have all the headcanon names for things they like. But the thing is, in order for me to do that, I would have to remove her proper Legends name, which I think is far more important, personally. This is the Faith of Jail, which means it's going to be full of ropes and cages. Which is the god of laws, order, and discipline, apparently. Oh, God. Another one. 2 of them. Back to back, mates. At least this one just left immediately. Well, new squad can have their first real job. This is one of the meanest, most actively under contention forts I've had, maybe ever. At least in recent memory. You'd do a redeem for it? I'm not going to give you the normal spiel, but TLDR, I don't let people redeem animals because if I set that precedent, then I have to let people redeem animals. But we are working on a better solution so that people can name animals. But currently, I don't want to do that. Sweet. Turns out just putting a bunch of chains in here was enough. The Holy Law is now... I usually just give it to the named dwarf. Grunty Thirst is now the Holy Law, which is kind of an awesome title. Copper Altar, and the other Copper Altar. Let's also throw some cages into here. Holy shit. Hello, animal.
4 is the 21 distinct semi-prime and the 11 of the form, 2. Q, where Q is a higher prime. With an aliquot sum of 40, within an aliquot sequence of 3 composite numbers, 74,
Got it.
50, 43, 1, 0, to the prime in the 43 aliquot tree. A palindromic number in bases 6, 2026, and 36, 2236. A non-totient, the number of collections of subsets of 1, 2, 3 that are closed under union and intersection. Phi 74 equals phi sigma 74. There are 74 different non-Hamiltonian polyhedra with a minimum number of vertices. Also high.
Chat, where's this rock? I can't. So my blood sugar was slightly low. It's okay, though. I chugged a juice box. There is a Lake Pewter cage here. Please help me find this rock, chat. Please. Thanks for the input, Diamond. Is it already built? Elfie? I checked the cage. There's no jobs assigned to it, so it can't already be built. Otherwise, there would be a little arrow next to it. I'm smarter than you think I am sometimes. It should be in this list. It's also not forbidden. It's also accessible. Here, you know what? Let's do this. Forbid. Forbid. It's in a tin cage. There it is. It wouldn't be in the livestock list because it's not tamed. I know this game better than you think I do. You can sort the creatures tab. How the fuck would that help me? It's fine. I did it. Don't worry about it. Sorting the creatures tab would not help me find a cage in the cages list. According to one stat tracking site, I have over 10,000 hours on this game, Diamond. Streamer did ask for help, yes. But I asked for help spotting a thing in a list. Streamer didn't ask for help finding the creature itself. I knew exactly where the creature was. I was trying to find it in a list. But it's fine. We did it. We got through it. But you are correct. Streamer did ask for help. But finding it in the list is a redundant suggestion, is all I was trying to state. Because, yes, I'm aware that I can sort a list. It's like, I'm trying to find a cage in this list here, and then you're like, you can sort the creatures tab. Well, why is that helpful? How does that help me exactly? And better question is, how did I accidentally open up Adobe Premiere? Anyway, apparently Adobe Premiere's been running for a bit. So now that that's all done, I can go to this and unforbid this. Good lord. Got another bin full of clothing, which is always kind of funny. So, are you full and unable to move because you're not on track anymore? I also like the sorting. Sorting is a really good feature. I agree with this. They're trying to push it, but can't. You know, actually, let's just do it this way. Can I? No, I literally can't do it that way. Okay. Where's my trash? There you are. You're 52% full. As one stop, let's move this stop to here. Delete this stop. This is going to be one of the most visually confusing things I've had in a while. Kick it when full of desired items. Add a second one. Every 20 days. when at least 0% full, because it'll have something in it. And load from this. And load. Yes. Yes, and all clothing made of silk, yarn. Does this mean you win? I don't know, does it? What kind of dwarf would you like? And plant cloth? Sorry, I'm just kind of very stressed right now. It's been a very stressful, like, 90 minutes in-game. What kind of dwarf would you like? Is the question. First time playing last night? Damn right, really? I feel like you've been in my comments section for a bit. Kind of amazing to me how long people watch content about games before diving in themselves. Okay, this squad can go back to training. You know, Tarn gets surprised about how things work in this game all the time. If you listen to him talk about this game, he constantly gets kind of startled about how certain things work. He goes, wait, really? That's working this way? So I would say Tarn probably knows a lot more about the inner workings of the game, having made the game. But that being said, I personally don't feel that Tarn is necessarily a master of playing this game. Soldier and military. I will wait until these squads come back then, because that's where the good military is. And we'll give you somebody who likes their job in the military. Unless you want one of the newbies, which I could do as well. Okay, well, let's also get all of this stuff unforbidden. Moods are not brilliant, but they could be a lot worse. Either or, you're easy. Let's give you Ezim. See if you're enjoying your current gig. Frightened after reliving being haunted by the dead. Well, at least you're getting to practice a martial art. Whew. Is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need, though he wishes this were not the case, as he considers altruism foolish. Also, seriously, Animal, thank you very much for the 74th month. Greatly appreciate you. Thanks for continuing to stick around and support this channel and, you know, watch the streams and whatnot. Means a lot, man. After all these years. That is a long goddamn time. Strong tendency towards privacy. Has a great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger. Generally is quite confident of his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. Finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this, for more than one reason. Is quite ambitious and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. Rarely feels discouraged and is somewhat quarrelsome. He is bothered by this since he values friendship. He has little interest in joking around and is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and is given to flight's fancy. He points and shakes his finger when he's angry, and he begins to talk in monotone when he's bored and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. I like him pointing at the enemy. He personally thinks that working hard is an object idiocy, and finds sacrifice to be the height of folly, sees power over others as something to strive for, respects peace over war, values the law, and sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way. Well, that's good, because you don't like a lot of things in your life. He likes red light and rose gold and clear garnet and capybara tooth, the color fern green, and other stuff. You have some close friends? And you're a member of the Buff Fellowship, which is one of the more popular religions around here, and member of the Jewelers and Gem Setters Guilds. And, of course, you're a former Militia Dwarf, now Militia Dwarf again. You were previously a Marks Dwarf, and then you joined this melee squad more recently. How many burrs, one crypt beer? I'd say they're equal portions. Okay. Get you. Link you to this. Link you to this. And I'm going to need to put a lever right here. Actually, you know what? Let's just deconstruct this chain. We're not going to need that. Well, we can just leave it there, but... We'll do another line of bars, I think. I would say it's probably... I would say crypt beer is probably like the... You know, sometimes restaurants will have like an extra tall pint where you get like a little bit of extra beer at the top. I think that crypt beer is that. And crypt burr would be like a glass, you know? Like, still has beer in it. Still is a good amount of beer. It's just slightly less. Did you hear the one about the Hill Titan and the Beast of Vinalino? Wow, I wonder what that is. Oh shit, you two are kindred spirits. Well, that's good. How's Geotrack doing? Developing more friendships, which is good. I'm assuming the Necromancers are running free currently. No, they're not. Well, why are you out here? What the heck? Oh, actually, maybe I... No. Are you not in the Necromancer only zone? That's interesting. Odd. Well, I mean, that's whiskey. That's a completely different thing. Oh, true. Actually, yeah. We could say crypt beer is on tap and crypt burr is in a can. Could go with that. Nortram's in prison. Is repentant, though, so he's getting happier. Okay. Let's just kind of casually focus on building that entryway. Actually, something else I need to do. We're making soap, that's good. And... oh, I am trying to make adamantine ballista arrows, classic. Brewing stuff, that's good. Making robes, that's good. I think I can stop making mail shirts. It's fine. Let's just make rock blocks. $900 of them. Just whatever's in the area. Okay, let's drop down a lot of ways and start doing basalt down here. Build upwards. We'll do it that way. So chat room, does anybody have any fun plans here for the weekend? I mentioned this at the beginning of the stream, but what kind of beer it is? Is it not a dark beer? Not a dark beer. But I would say it's up to your imagination. It's the type of beer that you desire. It's a magical, like, beer that just puts, like, a sour, a lager, or a pale ale into the glass. True, it could be a blonde ale. Does kind of look like a blonde ale. I would say, honestly, if I could choose, I would say a Belgian table beer, like something that's like nice and light, not too heavy, would be my preference personally. Because, like, you know, you can kind of sip a Belgian table beer without, like, you know, worrying about getting slittered. And I like to think that this is a channel with a culture of healthy alcoholism, which is kind of an oxymoron, but because I can confirm that I have cleaned stuff with OxyClean and am a moron. At times. We all have our moments. What's the point of the floors? This is one of those games where you could say, what's the point of just about literally everything? If you play any game long enough, it stops being about what's the point of it and how do I make shit look as cool as possible. The actual practical purpose for flooring is its higher value than not using flooring. So the result is you end up with a much higher value fortress, which makes your dwarves happy because they like high value things because dwarves are dwarves. But outside of that, it's aesthetics. Also, if you didn't have a floor, you'd be falling. So be thankful for the existence of floors. At least, I know I am. There is my cave dragon is... Okay, that's fine. One of my sword dwarfs has gone stark raving mad. Kind of lost a lot of military in the last little bit. I think I should give these guys some training, and I should jump down to here and just put the war elephants on break for a little bit. Or war elephant, because I only have one, which is Kib. And I should also go here and unforbid all these. You're going nap? All right, enjoy nap. There you go, Rith. Sorry about that. We attacked this spot again. Van Ori led the attack once again, and we had a strong positional advantage. Weakened Plans Parents need help, a lot of land outside of town. Then Dragon's Dogma 2, Helldivers 2, and Stardew Valley. Yep. You like Pilsners, you drink PBR? I mean, live your life, mate. I prefer things with more flavor, but if somebody hands me a PBR, I'm not above it. Like, if I'm buying beer for myself, I will buy fancier stuff that I'm aware is more expensive for two reasons. One, I don't drink it as quickly. That's the main one. And then the second reason is if dark kobold pits. The second reason is if I buy stuff that's pricier, I actually enjoy it more. It's like it becomes less of a grumpy drinking and more of a I like this happy drinking kind of thing. You know what I mean? It's like if I'm gonna buy alcohol for myself, I want it to be a treat. I want it to be something I enjoy. And I'm just not a huge fan of the flavor of like lower end beers because it doesn't have as much flavor to it. Like it's just kind of a fact. Okay, so let's jump up to here and see where everything is. Okay. You, which is currently connected to nothing, are going to be connecting to this. You got so much for free. Now you default to Pilsners. I drink higher end whiskey at home. Not like the top shelf shit that's unaffordable completely. But I do like nicer whiskey. I find that if I buy nicer whiskey, I don't drink it. Which, I know that seems kind of like I'm missing the point, but I have a bad habit of if I have alcohol at home to binge drink. If I don't have alcohol at home, I then go to the bar too often. So what I do is I have slightly more expensive alcohol at home because if I have a $90 bottle of whiskey, it takes me 8 months to drink it. If I buy a $20 whiskey bottle of whiskey, I finish it in a week. Because I'm like, well, it wasn't that expensive, so I can just drink this. I don't know. It's this weird like mental disconnect. It's like if I have a nicer whiskey collection, I don't drink much, and it's been working. It becomes like a reward or a treat kind of deal. I generally don't have beer around in the winter, but I do usually have beer around in the summer because I have enough neighbors that stand outside with cans of beer, and I don't like it when my neighbor gives me Molson Canadian. So I will go inside and get a slightly nicer can of local lager or whatever, and just have like a 15-pack, and that takes me a bit to get through. I'm not a big fan of bourbons. I don't dislike bourbon. I just find it a little bit boring. You know, fuck it. We're talking about whiskey. Give me a second. I will show you the bottle I just acquired. Molson isn't that bad. It tastes like slightly fizzy wheat flavored water. It's not bad. It just doesn't taste like anything. I like things like that taste like things. This is the bottle I acquired most recently. And shout outs to the people in chat who helped me get it. I'm not buying whiskey for a while. I got a decent collection currently. This is like, you can't even buy the shit here. Like, it's not available in Canada. At least not my area. I like this bit. It's got Mount Fuji in the bottom. So, yeah. Quite happy about this. Drink Space Dust? The beer? I can't buy that. If you're talking about, like, Elysian Brewing Space Dust, I don't think you can get that up here. They stopped importing to Canada in 2016. Like, entirely. Sorry, I had to reorganize my cupboard. If I'm gonna drink an IPA, I'm gonna drink either Fat Tug, which is a local one. Or I will drink Four Winds IPA if I want something a little bit lighter, or I will drink 33 Acres of Nirvana, I think is the name of it. I can never remember the names of 33 Acres beers, but whatever 33 Acres IPA is, because that one's also really good. Yeah, Shmeleb beat me to it. The other reason I have whiskey is because all of my neighbors have learned that I like whiskey, so whenever I do a favor for a neighbor, magical bottles of whiskey just keep appearing. Drinking 33 Acres seems like a long night. I on New Year's once smashed my face against the concrete on the way out of there, so yeah. I don't mind a hazy, but it has to be a really good hazy. I think hazies, they're kind of like high hops IPAs where it's just like, it became a fad. And if a beer thing becomes a beer fad, then it almost always just gets rot and not as good. That's injection molding. Yeah. No, it's not injection molding. I mean, it's glass, right? So. Why is there so many bears on the left of the screen? Because I'm using them for leather, meat, and war. In that order. I mean, that's not an IPA. Like, you can talk about that all you want, but that's not an IPA. Leftover bad. Come on. That's not even beer anymore. That's an alcoholic beverage that has the vague fragrance of an IPA. I think the weirdest IPA you ever watched was Drink the Sink. Yeah, right. The 41. Yeah, that one. I would say the weirdest IPA I ever had was a peach mango, ghost pepper, 90 IBU IPA. And you know what? It was delicious. I wish I could buy it again, but it was a limited run. I only made like one round of it, and I bought 4 cans, and it was great. I miss it dearly. Dearly. It's like they've decided to ferment salsa. Kind of, but it was really good. It was like the best summer beer I've ever had. And it like it burned a little bit, but like in a good way. It burned a little bit, but like in a good way, if you could imagine that. Yeah, not my bag. It's not my thing. I don't know. My feeling on craft beer is kind of like indie music. If you have a gimmick and you market that gimmick to death, I get tired of it really quickly. If you are a brewery, I want 2 things. I want good beer that tastes good that I want to drink, and I don't want too much bullshit. If you're just marketing BS, so things like Brewdog and all that, like, it just kind of just goes over me. Like, it's not really why I go to beer. I would prefer to go to a brewery that has one beer that you can only get either directly from them or like on tap at 2 different bars that's made in somebody's basement. I would prefer that kind of scale of brewery than just like, you know, the ones that are actually practically just macro brews at that point, right? Like Backhand of God is an example of that, where it's like tiny ass brewery. They make like 2 beers, very difficult to get, not available in a lot of locations. And it's just a really, 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 really solid dark beer. Like that's the kind of stuff I like. Florida Man Go Crazy? Yeah, I do like beers with stupid names, though. My favorite named beer ever was, there was 2 that were really fun to order back when I used to go to a certain brew pub a whole lot, which, if Gloves is in the chat, we spoke about this once. They had 2, at various points, they had 2 different beers that were hysterical to order. And the girl who was the waitress who was almost always there when I was frequenting that spot, still remembers these because like it became a running joke between us. There was 2 of them. One of them was called Honey You're Beautiful, which is always hysterical to order, or just really awkward. And then I needed a 187 on a motherfucking hop was the other one. And both of those beers were just way too much fun to order, so I'd order them every time. I like beers with stupid names, but if you dedicate to the gimmicks too much, I kind of lose it pretty quick. Has a ton of those flavors that you can only get at the brewery and bar. Yeah, no, it's very similar to like Victoria. Like when I go to Victoria, literally it's just I go brewery to 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 brewery. So the ghostly gem setter's been put to rest. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Okay. Are we still making green glass blocks? I don't think we are. No. I can't buy seltzers, but I have made my own before. I made my own seltzer once, and I will never buy seltzer again because it's literally just water, sugar, fermentation yeast, put it in a jar for 3 weeks. It's like the easiest thing in the world to make, and then you can just go grab whatever flavors you want and just put it in there. Like I cannot spend money on seltzers that I didn't make myself because it's just so fucking easy to do it. And like the ingredients don't cost anything, so it's like, why would I spend this money when I could just, you know, make it? It's just angry water. Yeah, it's just angry, pretty much. It's angry water that makes you stumble. French toast bastard. That's a funny name. I think this area is gonna have statues scattered all over it too. Similar to these. Okay, let's check the outside of this. I think we've gotten all the way around. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go around and place pillars. I haven't decided if I want to do windows all the way around this or not yet. I might. I might. Leftover pad, I don't know if you're in an ad or not, so I'll wait until after. Talking about beer, what type of beer do I recommend to someone to drink if they don't like beer but need to socialize? Sours. Well, actually, I have a question. What kind of flavor do you like? Like, do you like bitter flavor? Like, what are some beverages you do like? Is the question. Do you like bitter flavors? Do you like sweet flavors? Do you like sour flavors? Do you drink coffee? Do you drink tea? Do you drink soda or pop? Gotcha. Leftover Pat. Okay. Oh, are you typing on Twitch and watching on YouTube? Because I can't keep track of who's and what. Not even sure. You like Jägermeister. Jägermeister's spicy. Friends really like Corona. Thanks. I'm sorry. Because Jägermeister is like... Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah, Twitch has way better chat. I love you, YouTube, but your chat's really hard to read. Bitter flavors come with age. You know, I've been told that if you like bitter flavors as a child, which I did, it's a sign of being a sociopath, which I think is hysterical. As somebody who's drank black coffee for most of his life, I think that's really funny. I would say try some sours or like skip beer entirely and just go get yourself some dessert wine. And I know that like, I like beer, right? I really like beer. But a lot of what beer is it's the bitter alcohol flavors, right? Mixed with wheat. Like, if you want to socialize and be around friends, fucking go get yourself a bottle of rosé, man. Like, it's not that expensive. You can get some decent, like, ice wine and just have fun. Like, if that's all you're doing it for is for the socialization and not flavors, don't worry about beer. Beer is, like shitty cheap beer has a certain flavor, and if you don't like it, then you're never gonna like it. Nicer beer is good, but can be expensive. Like, just literally go get yourself a dessert wine. Or, like, find something that's so far from beer that's no longer beer. Like, there is a local brewery here in Port Moody called Moody Ales. It was the first one in that area. And they make a margarita sour. It's not beer. It's beer, but it's not beer. It doesn't taste anything like beer. Anything like beer. But it is delicious. So, like, I don't know. Like, find something that is so far from beer it's not beer and try that. I would go for sours, because sours, or very fruity sounding sours, because, like, you know, there's a brewery in Vancouver called Phantom. I think it was Phantom, or maybe it's Strathcona. I don't know. The cans look very similar. One of those two is either Phantom or Strathcona. But they make a sour called Love Buzz. Now, Love Buzz changes every 3 months. It has a rotation. And for a good chunk of time there, they had a continued one that they kept around for a bit called Five Alive Sour. So if you ever drank Five Alive, tasted like Five Alive, like literally, like it completely impossible to tell. Like for me, I could sip that and then sip Five Alive and be like, wow, that's Five Alive with vodka in it. 10% sour, absolutely stupid good. Very much a knock you on the floor because you don't realize that you just drank like 8 beers after drinking 2. And it a lot of fun. Really, really, really delicious drink. Not beer, but really, really, really delicious drink. Tasted nothing like beer. Yeah, Wells banana bread beer is probably the one you're talking about, right, Salty? Because if you like banana, actually, if you like banana, Hefeweizens. Although Hefs can have like a lot of wheat, right? Yano Karo Zuno, thank you very much for the Prime subscription for the 9th month. Welcome back. 4 months to go. Well, I mean, 1 month to go till adventure mode, but 4 months until a year. Appreciate you, mate. Thanks for sticking around. Also, yes, 3. That's 10, 11, 12 till the year. Unless 13 is your lucky number. I don't know where to put, like, the entry gate to this. Thinking maybe, like, up here. Or maybe down here. Google says the company has been You're fond of fruity pale ales? There's another local brewery that I actually kickstarted. And unfortunately, their Kickstarter video is old enough that it's been delisted from the Kickstarter website because this was like a very early Kickstarter. So I backed this brewery on Kickstarter for $5 and got a free pin. And they're called Fieldhouse Brewing. They're in Richmond, BC. They make a salted porter. It tastes like obviously it tastes like a porter, so it's got like the very bitter flavors, but between the salt and like that kind of porter molasses sweetness, to me it tastes like candy. It is so good. It's ridiculously good. What's up, Ampillion? Fancy forting? Yeah, fashion fortress, you know? It's just like Warframe. You know, you play too much Warframe and it becomes fashion frame. You play too much Dwarf Fort, it becomes fashion fort. Build cool looking fort. And take over the world while you're at it, you know? Salt in the beer? Yeah. Goses, or which I'm always being told I'm pronouncing wrong. And then I hear people pronounce it completely differently at like every bar. Those are lovely. I know some people who really hate them though. I find that like salt in beer is a very acquired thing. Like people either love it or they absolutely despise it. I don't play Warframe, but I just make Warframe references because of Fashion Frame. And I used to have a bunch of friends who streamed a lot of Warframe, but it's never been my bag. And my artist has Cooler, who drew all of my emotes and the vast majority of my emotes and the vast majority of the merch and art you see around the channel has like 12,000 hours in Warframe or something. So also, yeah, mead is also lovely. Mead can be like weirdly hard to come by though. At least I find it can be. I've certainly, you know, been out before and then just been like, man, I haven't seen mead in forever. We actually have a local meadery, craft meadery that makes brat mead, which is, it's like beer. It's 5%. It's kind of awesome and way too drinkable. Also really good in mixed drinks. And I really hope that they get a new tasting room location because it's one of those things that I like to trick people into trying. Vodka plus honey equals most mead? This ain't that. Trust me. But, well, I mean, most mead is wine, practically, right? So it's pretty strong. Yeah, no, totally. Dwarf Fortress, like, endgame is, like, a deep roleplay / build cool thing experience. Yeah, no, totally. Get there, bro. Cheap mead, not good. Good mead is very good. But you know, the thing about, because like this whole conversation started about started on talking about how to get into beer. I'll talk about smoked beers in a second. But this whole conversation kind of started with talking about like how to get into beer if you just need to socialize. At the end of the day, don't get into a shitty substance that will make you gain weight and is horrible for you if you don't like it, right? For me, I am of the opinion that I can take anybody who likes alcohol and find them a beer that they'll like. But that's because I know way too much about beer, especially local stuff. So I can just like literally between 3 or 4 breweries over a couple of weekends, I can make almost anybody into a beer drinker, or at least a casual specific types of beer drinker. But like, if it's not a flavor you like, don't drink it, you know? And there are other social drinking options that are not beer that are just about as accessible, with completely different types of flavors. As far as smoked beers go, I had a, what's this? Oh, fuck. I can read the URL, animal, I'm good. I don't need to see that. But it's a great way to get the older crowd going. Alcohol is a great way to get the older gamer crowd going. What? What do you mean? Smoked beers. I had a smoked when I was on the island a couple weeks ago. At Driftwood Brewing, they had a limited edition, and I haven't seen it in cans or bottles anywhere. So I only had it in their brewery, but they had a smoked Kolsch, which was like 4.5%. I wish I could just buy that in like a 24 pack, because it was amazing. It was like a smoky, oaky campfire lager. It was very good. Like, I don't know. That would be like my go-to camping beer if I could find that more readily available. It just makes you too full to eat and doesn't get you drunk. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I guarantee you you would get drunk off of like there's a local IPA called Headbanger. It's 10%, and trust me, that would get you drunk. But at the end of the day, the other thing about alcohol, don't drink to get drunk. If you're drinking to get drunk, you're drinking for the wrong reasons. Right? I drink for flavor. That's the goal. Of course, yeah, I will sometimes go out and drink to get drunk. Like, I'd be lying if I said anything else. But that shouldn't be the goal in most situations. Oh yeah, no, Minecraft is a very good example of game that becomes more about building than playing. I'm not entirely certain what the process of making smoked beer is. I'll be honest, I've never looked into it. But, ever had some good barbecue that is like charred? That kind of flavor. Yeah, I mean, I smoke weed to forget. It was kind of funny. I was talking with my psychiatrist a couple of weeks ago, who hopefully I won't need to see again for a long time because I don't like her that much. She was basically just like ordering me to quit smoking weed, and I'm just like, well, let's think about it this way. The reason I'm not going to is because it's a very good thing to shut my brain off sometimes, and sometimes I need to shut my brain off, and I don't want to take pills that will shut my brain off because that will kill my creativity. Antidepressants is one of the most dangerous things for me. And if I have weed, I can press the on-off button. If I don't have that, I'll go to alcohol. And alcohol is a very bad solution for that. The condensed juices in a bark. What? I mean barbecue. I don't know how else to say it. Trying to figure out how I can get this blocked off in a way that looks good. All right, let's hope we don't get invaded in the next 10 seconds. Feels almost too hollow. Yeah, I mean, there's... you can do some pretty cool things with Embark Anywhere. But... it's one of those... you said what I would say just perfectly already, which is one of those things you kind of need to be a little careful with. Waiting for those walls to go down? Yeah. All walls must fall. I mean, the human towns are cute, but they absolutely need an overhaul, and they're an adventure mode thing, right? They're made to be interacted with in adventure mode. They also need an overhaul, which they will get when the map rewrite happens, which is an ongoing project that will hopefully start happening. You know, the thing that I'm really hoping about the rest of this year of Dwarf Fortress, like post adventure mode, I really, really hope that people are surprised by the speed increase of development. And I have a feeling there will be a pretty major one. I could be completely off base and wrong, but everything that I've heard and everything that I've seen has widely suggested that there's going to be a sudden, quick speed increase in development. The map update is the biggest thing you're waiting on? For me, it's villains. I want to be evil, and I want coups to work. I want a bunch of goblins to come into my tavern and hang out for a bit, and then just like flip a switch, and then suddenly they're in charge now. I want that, and I look forward to that. I need more miners, apparently. Dunk, dunk. That and, like, you know, I'm curious about what little tidbits and fun things they sneak into the game when premium releases. Okay, let's give these squads a break. Let's update their gear first. Let's actually put them on monthly orders. We'll update their gear again. We'll add some extra dwarves with some fighting skill in. You can get bark and meat in the oven. Roast on the brisket. So I've never made barbecue at home, so I have no idea. But the flavor that I'm talking about is just like a very kind of campfire-y, smoky flavor. I have no interest in making barbecue at home, though. Nor would I put bark in my oven. Actually, there's a few situations where I would put wood in my oven, but not... I wouldn't... That's the sort of thing where I would rather... Like, if I'm going to go get barbecue, I'm going to go to a barbecue place and get barbecue. And the reason for that is they have way better equipment than I ever would, and also more time and patience to do it right. Just pour wood chips into your oven before you take it out. Yeah, definitely. That'll totally be fine. Totes be fine. All right, so I need another lever. And this... Ooh, I think the Necromancer should have charge over this lever. Also... You've been hooked? Yes, you have. You're hooked up. You're hooked up. Okay. Fire department, it's okay. The fire department is nice and close by. So much construction going on. There you go, dwarf. Get in there, robotic cow. Excited while performing. Okay, let's close this. Lock this. Let's wait for a dwarf to come by and pull that. Could also just, like, you know, lock these. And because we're, you know, a little early, we could also pull this. So that gets raised up. And now I have the ability to resurrect dwarves that die. At least that die on map. But only if they die a short time before. Boom. I'm just going to forbid and hide this. And with this, forbid and hide that. So, wallowing in misery. I mean, I would be too if I was in cage. There you go. That. Your dwarves see through a glass drawbridge. None of these are glass, but I don't think so. Speaking of drawbridges, what kind of material? Ooh, marble maybe? It should be an obsidian drawbridge. That's the most logical. Drawbridge is obsidian. Speaking of, we're going to pull this lever, and then I'm going to link this lever to this drawbridge once it's available. So currently we're in late winter, which means I may get invaded in a minute. Something else I would like to do is trading is going to move out to here. So trading is going to get a lot riskier. But that's part of the fun of it, right? So trading is going to go out there. Oh, it's down. Duh. And you are going to get deconstructed. Yeah, as far as I can tell with glass in Dwarf Fortress, it's much less see-through than a lot of modern glass. Why is there a wall being built there? That's not where that should be. So, the way I imagine it, I don't know how accurate this is, but the way I imagine it is I imagine it as, like, you know those, here. You know these things? Ugly as sin, but pretty hard to see through. I imagine them kind of like that. That is ugly. Yeah, I imagine them like these. What's up, Mr. Chop? How's things? What we chopping on? Old phone tried to fly and failed and died, and new one just arrived. Well, hello, welcome back. I'm okay. Last few weeks have been all right. I got voted onto my building's strata council, which is kind of wild. It's a very unique experience so far. Yeah, I'm doing okay. Been better, been worse. Certainly been better, certainly been worse. Let's increase those numbers. Did I volunteer? Yep. Which is something I get to explain to my landlord at some point. By the way, I'm like in charge of the building now, partially, which is weird. The problem is nobody had been volunteering, so we had 2 people left on our strata council, who were dating, and one of them has sold his unit, and the lady was renting hers out and didn't even live in the building anymore. So we got real tired of that. So me and my neighbors voted them off and put ourselves in charge, basically. That's not quite what a strata member is, Diamond, but okay. It does mean that I can sort of spend the building's money with permission, though, which is kind of fun. You showed up and no one else did? Yeah. Well. The goal is also partially to make it easier for other people to show up. Because something that the old strata did was they became very insular, especially when the pandemic happened. They made all of the meetings that I used to be able to attend, like, a couple of years ago, that were, like, in the public area in the building, all on Zoom. And they would put a QR code up in the lobby an hour before the meeting and made them basically impossible for anybody who wasn't already on Strata to attend or was aware that they were happening. So our goal mostly is just to reverse all of that and try and unfuck the building a little bit. Also, we're pretty sure they were stealing large amounts of money from the building. They were also, like, straight up just paying themselves to be on Strata, which is funny because it's a volunteer job, guys. So, you know, that kind of stuff. It's like one of the most common crimes in this area. It's like strata fraud. But we're not going to go after them because we've all kind of agreed that, like, none of us want to go to court for shit. It's, like, just not worth it. But, which is kind of funny because we're going, the other members of, like, my strata council were talking yesterday at our meeting, and they were just like, well, we need to get notices out to people in the building. I'm like, I have Canva. So I'm, like, making notices for my building. I made a bunch of templates last night before bed in Canva for building notices, so, because I use it for thumbnails. Some point today, one of my neighbors is going to the bulk... Oh, KV died of old age. Rest in peace, you guinea pig. One of my neighbors is going to a bulk soil place to go ask about getting bulk soil delivered because this building hasn't had new soil put into the gardens since the building was built, which has been over, like, 12 years. So the gardens are getting a little shallow, and the trees are starting to die and stuff like that. So, you know, it's a lot of basic shit, or theoretically basic shit that's too complicated for people who don't go outside. We're buying a pressure washer instead of spending stupid amounts of money every year on a pressure washing company to come by, and we're just gonna pressure wash the building. We're firing some people that were working on the building because their services are irrelevant, and as far as we can tell, they're doing nothing to save a bunch of money, and we're gonna use that money to unfuck the building, basically. What's this? Roller Coaster Tycoon turns 25 years old today. Cool. Wow. I remember when Roller Coaster Tycoon came out. I remember playing that at a friend's house. I feel like this is one of those times where I'm supposed to be like, man, I feel old. But no, not really, actually. Rith has been missing for a week, okay? If anything, I'm, like, kind of surprised it's not older. I mean, you like, that game was written entirely in, like, machine code, practically. Written in BASIC. That's an old game, man. Old game. But that's cool. Happy birthday, Roller Coaster Tycoon. Canva for thumbnails, yeah, but it's just easy software to use. I can use Photoshop, but, like, why use Photoshop when you can use a piece of software that's, like, significantly easier to use and also cheaper than Photoshop, so. Although I would probably use GNU image manipulation software or is it program or software? Anyway, probably use that instead anyway. Yeah, and then it was completely rewritten into C with OpenRCT. They also got the original composer back to write a new soundtrack for the open source version, which is kind of awesome. It's one of my favorite things they've done recently. RCT Classic is a really good, like, rebuild of that game. It's genuinely a good rebuild. I just wish that Chris Sawyer was a slightly more public person in video games. Who's the, you know, guy who made those games, but he's pretty much retired from the industry and, like, you know, has more or less just vanished at this point, which kind of makes me sad. But I'm also one of those weirdos who likes to hear developers talk about the games they've made, so. It's like Will Wright. Will Wright hasn't vanished. Well, do not look at what Will Wright's doing. Do not look at what Will Wright has been doing. Just, you will be very sad. No, Chris Sawyer has, like, not given an interview since, like, 2003. Yeah, he's making a game called Proxy, which I'm reading. I'll read the description out loud. This is what Will Wright's doing. Proxy is a upcoming mobile game that video game designer Will Wright designed by video game designer Will Wright. It was first created by Wright It's the first game created by Will Wright in over 10 years. This is the Wikipedia page. The game was announced at Unity's keynote at the Game Developers Conference in San Francisco 2018. According to the official website, it's a simulation artificial intelligence based on your memories and interaction with the game, and players will be able to create and control the memories of their proxy, which is an AI. Yeah. Peter Molyneux isn't one of the greats. Peter Molyneux is a salesman. He's a very good salesman. But he's a salesman. I kind of get the general dislike of Peter Molyneux. But what I'll say about Peter Molyneux is that he started his career as a baked bean salesman. That's it. And I don't think he ever really leveled up past that. He just kind of stayed a baked bean salesman. Shit, we got a second wedding. The Baroness of Craft Dubs and the Baron Stackhood of Work Pleated have married. Oh, well, they're not my dwarves, but two barons living in my fort have gotten married. Cool. Let's dig around and see if I can find some more military dwarves. Your gem setter. Terms of raising a family. Wants to stay of internal rage, deliberately cruel. Can handle stress. All right, thigh cut. Alath, the gem setter, has been possessed, which means they probably need an uncut gem. Finds skill to be a horrible waste. Prefers a calm demeanor. Easily falls in love. You would not be good. Raising a family. Thinks working hard is an abject idiocy. Chaotic love. Likes a chaotic mess. Okay. Early move to Mercy. Okay, you'll do okay. Cool. I think that's Siege Engineer as well. Right, yeah, you're a Marks Dwarf. Incredibly calm demeanor. Very ambitious. Very impolite. Likes to take it easy. Dreams of mastering skill. Nice. I never actually played Sim Golf. I remember watching a friend play Sim Golf, but I never actually played Sim Golf. Why do these keep getting forbidden? What's going on? Okay, so now that's done. We're going to jump up to here, grab you. Do that. There's several different games on Steam that are trying to be a new Sim Golf, and they all look really bad. I see them pop up every now and again where it's like, oh, hey, they're trying to do the Sim Golf thing. And like, they always have like almost no reviews and they're always mixed. And it's like, I don't know if I want to buy like an early access game that looks like Roblox, that looks like it's trying to do the Sim Golf thing. Just blame saboteurs. I just blame the Crundles. Even though I know there's no Crundles actively in my fort right now, there's Crundles on the map, so it's probably their fault somehow. That or the cats. Just assume a cat was standing on it. Because that can cancel a job. Boom. There we go. That's the last of this. The outdoor area is done at least. At least the placements of stuff. Complete and tested. That's rose-tinted glasses, dude. Games were never released perfect. Every game ever has always had issues. But the difference, I think, was back in the day when a game released, they tried to release it as a complete package. Whereas now, they try and release games as a complete package and then are informed by higher-ups that they need to like pull it apart into smaller pieces. You know, it's sort of like indie games, right? A lot of indie games are released as complete packages, but they're still not perfect, right? And a lot of medium-sized indie games are at the scale of what AAA games were like 20 years ago, right? Or higher-end games were, right? So something like, I don't know, Gang Beasts. That's a weird poll, maybe. I don't know. I'm literally just looking at Steam right now. I mean, I would argue, aside from the server issues, even something like Helldivers 2 released as a complete and playable experience, right? You know, realize this is maybe a bad blurb, but yeah, I don't know. I think that's very much a rose-tinted glasses thing. You said in complete and tested, right? But you need to also remember that there are plenty of examples of games releasing complete and tested, right? The thing is, there are so many games releasing, and there are so many games releasing publicly now in ways that everybody is aware exactly the level of quality of that game. And to elaborate on what I mean by that a little bit, in 1996, if a video game released and you bought it, it didn't matter how good or bad the game was. That was the game that you had, so that was the game that you played, right? At least that's the way it was for me. I guess I don't speak for everybody. But for me, that was the game I had, so that was the game I played. It didn't matter if the game was actually good or not, or even complete. I played a bunch of a game called Outpost, which I found out decades later was never actually finished. So, like, literally uncompletable, like, impossible to win in that game. And I think that there's a lot of rose-tinted glasses when it comes to that sort of stuff. Games released broken and busted all the time back in the day, except back in the day you couldn't play it. Yeah, it wasn't even the fault of the creator. It was the fault of the publisher. There's like, you have 3 weeks. Ironically, E.T. is a weirdly okay game considering how much time he didn't have to develop it. Holy shit, that's a lot of months. 67 months, Friskins. I hope you've been all right, dude. Hope things are okay in your part of the world. An elven caravan has arrived to trade. Which means maybe I'm not going to get horribly murdered this season, which is nice. Yeah, no, I mean, people remember games releasing complete and tested. What they actually remember is they remember games releasing that didn't have public reviews. You know? Like, as far as I'm concerned, Star Wars Episode 3, the video game, is a masterpiece. The game is fucking terrible. But it was a game that I got for Christmas for my Game Boy, and I could play it. Which is more than I could say for a lot of video games. Also, I had an artifact get finished that I didn't even go look at. I should go do that. I don't trust those tables. Call them the pigtail trousers. Pigtail loincloths. Pigtail hood. And hood. Let's do shirt. That should be plenty. Same OCDs. The one you bought was the one that you listened to, and if it sucked, then tough. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. No, I think like when people say they like when I hear people or not here, but when I read people in chat or in comments or in forums saying that they missed like the good old days of video games, what you actually miss is the lack of information. Like, I could be completely wrong, right? And if you don't agree, that's absolutely okay. But in my opinion, what you're actually missing is an era of less available information. You know? Like, you miss not knowing that a game wasn't perfect. And I think that's a very fair and valid thing to miss. Greetings from the Woodlands. We have much to discuss. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. So I need to lock these. Get rid of that bucket. Yeah, until it was in Walmart. Yeah, no, totally. Like, you found out about games because either a friend told you or you saw it in a store. As legends told on the playground. Yeah, Nasty Ninja, exactly. Like, there was two ways I found out about music. It was friends and stuff I heard on the radio, right? And a lot of the time, if I were to buy a CD, I'd buy a CD that looked cool. You like that a lot just because you were younger then? Yeah, true. That's also a possibility, right? You know, just being, just having less access to information too. Stonecoat, what up, dude? Good afternoon. And you know, I tend to agree. I also kind of miss that era, but I think that also is just a kind of like chat said, just missing being a kid. You didn't have any friends that played video games, but you're female in 40s to the fullest then? Yeah, no, that's fair. And also, video games only like recently started to get marketed at not like entirely hoorah annoying men categories, you know? We've only like just kind of broken through that. Outside of like Barbie Horse Rescue and I don't know, 10 dogs and cats maybe. Outside of like toy brands, basically. I don't have a lot of money, so let's... If they have any fun animals that I want to trade for, wolf, a toad. I like the memes about Barbie Horse Rescue because they're hilarious, but... Went straight for that. Ah, shit. What did I kill? Apparently we killed something in here. Oh, there must be bones on something. I have no idea. Sorry, elves. Pissed them off again. Your neighbor worked at a PC shop, so you would hear about most games from him. Yeah, that's a pretty hefty advantage, that. This is going to be another military training area. And that's going to be the military beds area. And the reason this is going to be a military training area is I would like to be able to spot armies that are coming up this way. Oh, shit, ghost. Actually, do I have any slabs that are engraved? Let's see. Yes. But I don't think that was the ghost. That's MEST. Yep, there it is. Okay. You lived in a rural area, so where no one was selling games in stores, so other than that, most of your games were C64 and Mega were PC copies? Yeah, no, I mean, piracy in video games was huge. Was a huge way of marketing video games back in the day. Because, like, you know, how else would you get games? When nobody has access to games. It's a pretty rad front door. I'm very happy with how this whole thing has turned out. Very happy with how this whole thing has turned out. A microbite. That's a good name for a magazine. You had reviews and stuff in it. But even those magazines, like, they wouldn't cover everything, right, Freskins? First Final Fantasy blew your mind. Yeah, I guess that you know, what's it called? A lot of JRPGs, Japanese games. Much more of a neutral kind of audience target. Although, honestly, I think that the worst era of video games being marketed at a very mono audience was probably like the Xbox 360 days. You know, like your Gears of War. I guess Quake, but good old days of the CD burner. Yeah. I mean, that's how, I've told you guys how I got games when I was little. I got games because I would go over to a friend's house, and they would give me a copy of the game that they'd recently burned, or found on the internet, I guess. But the way that they would give me a copy is they would break it into zip files, and I would copy them onto my 112 megabyte MP3 player and take them back one file at a time. Or as many files as I could fit on my MP3 player without telling my parents, because my parents were pretty strict about the games I could play when I was little. Nothing M-rated. Aside from that, they were pretty okay, though. So if it was a game I really wanted to play, I would go over to my friend's house. They'd give me the files. And then I would go back and forth, and it would take me 3 or 4 weeks. And I would put no music on my MP3 player. I'd remove all the music, and then just put my headphones on and pretend that I was listening to music. Literally, I had a video game smuggling operation as a kid. Yeah, I never had a PlayStation, but I've heard tale of the legendary demo discs. I did get a PC demo disc at one point. It didn't have much on it. It had a demo for Roll Cage. It had a demo for a game called Draken, which was kind of like Tomb Raider, but you could ride a dragon. It's neat. And had some fun sword combat in it. A really janky first-person, I think, Quake engine Star Trek shooter where you were a Klingon. And a few other things. Like, it was not a bad demo disc, but it didn't have that much on it. It was, like, enough that it kept me entertained for a little bit. I want to say I actually bought it at a thrift store. Pretty sure, like, I didn't get it in the intended format. Was that the name of it, Elfie? I actually ended up getting my hands on a copy of the full game of that, and I did play through the whole thing. It's like a weirdly hard game to find information about now. That's one of those games where it's like, I played it because I had it, and I don't remember it being great, but I also didn't hate it. Their king is a werebeast. Oh, boy. I would lock him in a room, like, build an asylum around the insane mad king. Like, that is a fantastic little story bit. You still have a copy of Diablo 1 that your friend gave you? That's pretty cool. I still have my original copy of Age of Empires 1, which I bought for $5, and I traded something as well. I think it was $5 and a couple Beyblades, actually. It was like $5 and some toy at the time. I honestly couldn't tell you what it was at this point. But it was $5 and something. And I got a copy of Age of Empires 1. Yeah, no kidding. That's from the YouTube chat, by the way, if anybody's wondering. Yeah, I don't know. That's a rad story. If I had a king that I realized was a were creature, I would like... Same with like if I had a king that was a vampire, I would keep them alive for quite some time and like build a narrative with it, because that's super cool. Also the oldest dwarf, but you don't seem to be kicking the bucket of old age anytime soon. I mean, how old is he? Dwarves die between it's 150 and 170, isn't it? I have a few dwarves in this fort that are getting that old. $250. Oh. Wait, are were creatures immortal? I didn't know that. I guess he must be. Clear tourmaline hatch cover. So it might be the king is a werebeast and a heretic? It's possible. Contrary to popular belief, the original werebeast is a particular strain of is immune to aging. Oh. Which would mean that he got cursed by a god directly. Oh, that's cool. Like, genuinely, like, that's really cool. And your first scam caller at work today? Really now? I like how back in the day we used to have prank callers. Now they're just like active scams. You knocked over a church pedestal. Oh, that's rad. Aki, yep, you're still alive. I haven't really had the opportunity to die yet. Fortunately, though, I do have the ability to resurrect dwarves now if they die. God, moods are awful. Feels a bit depressed. Really? Only a bit. I wonder if, Oh. Ghana Tank used to be the happiest dwarf in the fort, but she's finally starting to, like, heal over a little bit. I'm kind of tempted to put these 3 were creatures into squads and just, like, send them to go take over something, but I'm kind of scared they'll come back. So you'll make him your guard? Be wary, he will make the rest of your guard not live anymore. Make them conquer and occupy? Yeah. Oh my gosh. Can't find my zombie has given birth to a boy. I have a necromancer, mum. There you are. Wow. That's beautiful. Telenarthos had a kid. With Can't Find My Zombie. Speaking of, where's Geo at? How are you still over here, mate? This dwarf is not technically allowed to leave this burrow. Yet, he's just like... not in there. Yeah, he's like not supposed to be here. Dude, you're not supposed to be there. Anyway. It's funny. Okay. Wow, you know, I don't want to jinx it, but we've actually had like a calm season. We've actually had a calm season. I just jinxed it, didn't I? Let's go down to here. Oops, that's not the tool I wanted. Let's go with granite. Got tons of granite. I'd like some different colors around here. Well, I mean, he is the dwarf in charge of the place, so I guess he has the right to be a necromancer that's just, like, refusing to behave, but... I mean, you kind of got in at the very end there, Salty. But hey, you got in. Okay, so we're gonna do door and door. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Those are gonna be for the military. If beasts don't attack their own species, could you have an entire were fort? Beasts attack their were creatures attack other were creatures, and yes, they will kill each other. People always like try and big brain this, and I feel like I have this conversation every couple weeks. It is not possible to have an entirely were creature were fort for two reasons. One, they will kill each other. Two, they topple buildings. So I think you may have just gotten stuck in an ad, but if you didn't, Fourth Righteous, please just type in the letter N, and then I know you're not in an ad. Okay, yeah, it's not possible to have were creatures because reason number one, they kill each other, and reason number two, literally once a month, you'll have to rebuild every single workshop in your entire fort. So it's not really possible. Basically, were creatures are supposed to be a death nail. It's supposed to be like a thing that you need to deal with, and if you don't, your entire fortress will keel over. Well, I mean, if you wanted, like, here's the thing, Devilish Potato, right? If you want to do a cursed dwarf fort, either necromancers or vampires, right? That's what you can do. Were creatures are not possible. It's gotten slightly less impossible because it used to be that if every single dwarf was a were, it used to be if you had no dwarves in the fort, it would consider the fort done, dead, dusted, and were creatures that are actively were creatures are not members of your fort, right? They become hostile. So, let's say you have 10 dwarves in your fort. They're all locked in separate bedrooms, and they're all were creatures. Back in the day, they would all turn into were creatures, and that would fort dead because you have no dwarves left. But now, at the very least, that won't happen. But still, it's not really a thing you can do. Yeah, no, not anymore. That's been fixed. That was fixed in version. That was changed in version 47.05. Yeah, like I was just saying. Are they kind of rare? It depends on how old the worlds you're generating are, right? Like, they become more common the older the world is. Because in order for them to begin appearing, they have to be... A dwarf has to get really angry and, like, get cursed by a god by breaking something of the god's property, right? Which is destroying a piece of furniture in a temple, basically. Same with vampires. So the younger the world, the less likely you'll have them. The older the world, the more likely they become, and it's a pretty rapid scale. A little bit of magnetite in that wall. I don't really care that much. Got plenty. So it really depends on the age of the worlds that you're generating. If you're generating 100-year-old worlds, yeah, you won't see them too often, unless you just happen to be in an area where a lot of them are. If you're in a very old world, or the older the world, the more likely you are to see such things. Yeah, so what you'll see more of in a younger world is you'll see a lot more, like, giants, ettins, forgotten beasts, those sorts of things. But you will see a lot less, you know, zombies. You'll see a lot less necromancer experiments, which are basically Frankenstein's monsters. You know, you won't see as much of that stuff. So when people ask me, they're like, "How are older worlds harder?" It's like, no, it's a different kind of threat, right? It's zombies and were creatures and Frankenstein's monsters versus titans and giants and, you know, that sort of thing. It just depends on what kind of world flavor you want. Yeah, that too. Like Devilish Potato said. Here's hoping I don't accidentally flatten a dwarf here. There we go. Sweet. Okay. Some migrants have arrived, despite the danger. You are a peasant. Dreams of mastering a skill. Welcome to the military. You value independence and value merrymaking. Likes to brawl. No active sense of humor. That's fine. You can also join the military. Is UGDPY still alive? That's a good question. It doesn't appear so. Yeah. I don't know what's up with the death screen, but it doesn't show as much these days. Probably because it's getting culled relatively frequently. Yeah, if you had a dwarf in this fort, they died a while ago. Because I do not recall seeing your dwarf's name in a while. You don't handle stress well? There you go. Peasant, if available. Would you like this one? Or do you want one with a beard? Peasants stop being peasants in this fort extremely fast because of my gem cutting courses that are available. All right. 2. She often neglects her own well-being, having no interest in material goods. She is buffeted by others' emotions, and can't help but respond to them. Is only rarely feels strong cravings and urges, and dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep her own counsel. Tends to find obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this. She believes in the importance of the rule of law, and she is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. Can I make you into a doctor? She doesn't handle stress well, and she tends to avoid crowds. She often feels lustful and tends to consider what others think of her. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and when she's thinking, her body becomes very still. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining, and finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting, and doesn't value loyalty. Likes rose gold, pink garnet, and the color dark indigo. Leggings and cages, and red pandas for their large striped tails. And the fragrant sheen glimmer and the sound of the scintillating cistern. When possible, prefers to consume maize beer and millet, white millet specifically. She's a member of the denomination of glitter and the veiled halls. Has killed nothing, and yeah, welcome to the fort. So that tracks. Well, there you go. Goddamn goats. This one is frequently depressed. Brave in the face of imminent danger, though. Doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. Papermaker. You is back. Welcome is back. Welcome is back, I suppose. How do I defend against flying threats? You have a magma moat, so invasions are basically non-existent, but if they have flying mounts and beasts, then you're probably toast. I mean, only if you have 0 military, but Marksdwarves are really effective. I've only really had one fort that I ever had that had flying mounts that actually flew. And it was a elven faction that was melded with a goblin faction, so they had metal gear, and they were riding on giant undead, or alive in some cases, ravens, which was horrifying. The worst part about it was that was a volcano fort, and the ravens did not care about the volcano, so they would actually like pile drive themselves into the volcano and then basically bomb my fort with fire. It was kind of awesome in a way, but really difficult to deal with. You had a visitor spend half a year underwater. Oh. Is he likely a vampire? He's likely a piece of really buggy pathing with really high swimming skill. But I don't know. I would interrogate him if you have a police system set up. Let's do copper armor stand. Copper weapon rack. Do I have chests? Currently. is the wrong tool. All right. Except I'm going to double the numbers of the... Oh, let's do 30. Let's do 30 of each of those. And then you... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. 36 and 30. 36 and 30. Sweet. Could it be the Order of Gravel? You got a faction name. Could it be the Order of Gravel? I mean, could it be the Order of Gravel? Clearly. I think that's a very logical statement. Could it be the Order of Gravel? Okay, let's, actually... This squad, not going to take these dwarves anymore. They're going to go train down here. Ghostly Axe Dwarf has been laid to rest, finally. This is just a spot for the foggy picks now. You're sparring. Let's let these dwarves go get new clothes if they need it, or something else first. You need new loincloths. And new mittens. Instead, you're going to go make copper stuff. Well, that's good. You need to craft objects, so... Go prep the armor stands for your fortress. Or, not your fortress, your future spot. Sounds like a good book name. It does kind of sound like a book name, yeah. And a vampire get 50 hammer strikes, still lived. Vampires are kind of like night creatures. They are weirdly resilient. Like, extremely resilient. Let's see if that need fills. I don't think I've ever actually seen craft an object fill, so let's see if that sorts that with just one use, or if they need to do it multiple times. Wintersy, thank you very much for the first notification of money in the format of bits in quite a number of hours. There you go. You immediately become focused. The first notification of bits in 4 hours. Thanks for the bits. Appreciate you. Every bit helps. Past weeps forward. We'll let you read some books. Let this dwarf have a break. Can't remember. Yes, you are. In fact, you're very happy. You would like martial training. I could put you in the military if you like. You're currently storing an item in a barrel. You're a little bit grouchy after drinking the same old booze. Don't blame you. I don't know if I have any stuff to brew drinks from fruit. Not really. I got sweet pods. That's it. I still got a good amount of sweet pods. At least we have 2 types of alcohol. Well, let's cancel that order then. $6.24, so we'll set this to $7.24. Yeah, no, I'm really glad that they fixed vampires. That's possibly my biggest humble brag in years, was accidentally reporting that bug when the developers had no idea. I get the little armor stands set down here. We're gonna send them down into here to train. What you doing? Oh, you're gonna go to a train. There you go. Hate vampires with passion in this game? Is that a good hate or a bad hate? Because if it's a bad hate, you can disable them in the difficulty settings. But if it's a good hate, then they're working as intended. Okay. Let's do that, and then go over to here. 1, 2. So that's 6. You're gonna get... that's the wrong spot. 7, 8, 9, 10. So 7, 8, 9, 10. Place one over there too. We'll do 12. 12 armor stands. Got 2 weapon racks. 3 weapon racks. 4, 5, 6. Okay, well, wait a little bit. Her title was Vampire Queen. That's pretty rad. It's pretty awesome. You'll love to see your friendly local Vampy Queen. Truly a blood-sucking noble. Literally, even. And I'm gonna do something kind of fun with this. I'm going to assign this... Trying to decide what I should connect this military room to. I could connect it to one of my temples. I could connect it to one of my taverns and then dwarves that socialize in here with the dwarves. Or I could connect it to the hospital. And then dwarves who need hospital care would theoretically be tended to in here if this was closer. I do use conditioning on work orders. It takes 10 seconds to set one up, and then I never click it again. Bone doll. Like, this has been around almost as long as I've had my nobles. This is conditioned, and this is conditioned. But there's no real need to highlight it, I suppose. I should put a public tavern up here. And then I can connect that to down here. Why not the brew drink thing? Does it look like I need it? I have 820 drink. We've had 800 drink for the last bajillion years. I don't really care about job cancellations. That's fine. I've never really understood why people feel the need to use tools that really aren't necessary unless you are an enthusiast. I periodically just queue up 500 drinks. I do it when the number gets a little low, and I don't worry about it too much. I've always done it. I don't know. Why does it matter? Yeah, you have to click on workshops to do it that way, right? I suppose. Yeah, no, it's fine to be curious. Nothing wrong with that. But yeah, for me, honestly, at the end of the day, it just kind of comes down to I don't find it to be a necessity to play the game. And I don't like to just fully automate my forts anyways, because then I don't feel like I'm playing the video game anymore. At that point, I might as well just use DFhack to automate everything and like play a cookie clicker and sort of watch the dwarves sometimes. I find that a lot of people are very, 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 very obsessed with automation in video games. I don't have a brain for that. I never really have. I'm not a programmer. I know that there's a lot of programmers who play Dwarf Fortress. I'm not. I have the opposite of the proper brain for programming. I'm also not great at math. If-then statements are a mystery to me. And a lot of that stuff is just that. So I use some repeating basic ones that I know work. But I find usually when I try to do a lot of like conditions, I end up just breaking them to a point where it's less efficient, or I just end up with way too much of a thing or zero of a thing. And that's not fun for me. So it's just easier to not, because like really it's a thing I need to queue up once a year maybe in game, and whatever. What am I building currently? A front door. A proper front door. A front door worthy of a fortress at the size of this one. Yeah, also that. It's more important to give your dwarves breaks. If you have too many work orders that are constantly running, your dwarves will get pissed because they won't be able to go pray. Like, it's really funny to me when I see people being like, oh man, my dwarves never go pray. It's like, well, how many jobs do you have running? How many workshops do you have? May have found your problem. You only find fun in Factorial? A lot of people play Dwarf Fortress like Factorial. Turns out. My current fort has 71,000 coke or something insane like that. Yeah, also that. I feel like one of the biggest traps people fall into in this game is overproduction. Interesting. Why are they unable to find somebody in charge to yell at? Oh, actually, I know why. Actually, I think I may have figured out the problem with Geotrack. Geotrack, who's the person in charge, has a throne room which he's not allowed to go into right now. Probably people trying to yell at him, and they literally can't. So I'm actually going to take the Necromancers off of this locked area for a little bit. Yeah, okay. There's a few dwarves that want to yell at Geotrack, and they can't. That explains. Left them in that burrow for way too long. Okay, let's level up this squad just a little bit. The Did you recently move here? Yeah, you did. Okay. In terms of raising a family, doesn't really value skills weapon related to fighting. Deeply uncomfortable by differences in appearance or quick to anger. Tends to be a little wasteful, fearful in the face of imminent danger. How about you? Dreams of raising a family. Wants martial training, be with family. Flamed by hatred towards things, is a pessimist. Okay, I nod. You'll do well. Some fish cleaner. Use of crafting a masterwork stay. Finds weapons distasteful. All right. Don't care if others take the time to master skills. Doesn't handle stress well. Oh boy. I'd forget about making barrels, pots, bins, buckets, jugs, mugs. Here's the thing, you don't need those things to be an infinite supply, right? I have 71 goblets. That is more than enough. Dwarves only need to drink every handful of weeks, right? So you don't need like an infinite supply of these things. You just need enough, right? You just really need enough. Okay, let's see. Are we still getting that isolated thought? Okay, well, this squad can take a break anyway. Let's let them stop training for a bit. Oh, that's interesting. They do actually put their stuff in chests. I've told people they put their items in chests. Obviously, they just put the meals on top of chests because meals don't go into chests. But see, they put their items in the chests. That's cool. That's neat. I like that. It's awesome. And then, you know, okay, you know, you're just coming to get the roasts and put those away. You're gonna go to a miscellaneous object demonstration. Will you go have fun with that, dwarf? And go construct buildings. Well, I mean, I had aluminum. Actually, I should make some more nice fancy goblets, though, because I do have plenty of nicer materials, but... like platinum. We can make some we can make 2 electrum goblets. We can make some black bronze goblets. Ooh, bismuth goblets. Let's make 14 bismuth bronze goblets. Dwarves like high-value items, just in general. It's good to have high-value items around. How many of those coffins am I making? Hold the fucking phone. I'm just gonna get rid of these. I think we're good on coffins. Actually gonna go down to here and just... not floors. I'm gonna... do this again. Well, actually, let's finish these weapon racks and armor stands, because that won't take too long. Yeah, same with those. These we can just get rid of. These blocks jobs. Upper weapon rack, we'll keep those going. Pause all these. Pause all those. Maybe I'll leave one of them running. And one of those running. There's an ad break running, but you guys ain't missing much. Keep those running. Yeah, okay. Would be tops like, oh, that's fine. Fortunately, these ain't humans. Be back in 2 hours? I'll probably still be live in 2 hours. Debug projects because they keep putting them in random stockpiles and then you can't find them. Wintersy, if you're using Tavern Keepers, which I would actually recommend for larger forts, you can pause the game and I'll explain this. If you go to your tavern and you put a chest in the tavern, you can assign the number of goblets that get stored in there, and then the Tavern Keepers will, and same with performers, will serve drinks from those goblets in the tavern. Hey, Rolf, how are you? Aside from that, they generally end up in finished goods stockpiles. Loathsome filth. Oh, that's lovely. Like, honestly, that sounds lovely. Who doesn't like some good old-fashioned lonesome filth? What is this even for? You know, let's add metal bars to this. And add metal bars to this. But let's remove you. And let's remove you. And I think that this was the flux stockpile, because 13? 13, okay, yeah, so it's the flux stockpile. So I'm going to call this flux/bars. And I'm actually just going to get rid of these wheelbarrows. And also that book binding. We're going to go to a craft store shop and just type in bind book, because I'm sure I've got plenty that need binding. Back in a bit. Alrighty. How dwarfs? Dwarfs are all right. You know, doing my damnedest to keep the dwarfs happy. It's been a bit of a challenge today, but, you know, we're doing what we can when we can. Doing our best to keep the dwarves from getting too stressed. I really want to attack Tempest Hex again. But, so the last time I attacked Tempest Hex, I lost, like, 3 dwarves. Van Ori is a legendary leader and a high master ambusher. Speaking of ambushes, snatchers. There's just snatchers running around in my fort, which is great. Speaking of, actually, let's jump up here. We add a bear cub to this. Oh shit, I did not realize I had so many adult grizzly bears at this point. Apparently I do. But anyway, there's a dead goblin in the hallway now. All right, well, that's fine. Let's also pull this lever. A bit later, pull it again. Stormwolf is very happy and still alive. You're currently weaving thread. And you know what? I'll actually just get this pulled. Drop all this stuff down. Let's also throw out all of this stuff. None of this needs to be here. Oh, cool. A force that is both vile and dark has arrived and is parley seeking. This is one of the most satisfying things you can do in this video game. Is throwing a bin full of all of this into the lava. It's like, well, goodbye there, sweet bin. I didn't even see where it went, but it was gone pretty quick. So get rid of all this, all this, all this, that, this, down to here. Get rid of all this. Let's go into here. Get rid of all these. Clear all of these anyway. Why? Why is it satisfying? Because when you get into a fort that's getting on 20 years old, you will never ever be able to get rid of all of the clothing that you have to produce in order to keep your dwarves sane. So being able to throw out massive bins with a single click is just very satisfying because it's like getting one over on the system, if you will. Like, get wrecked, game, I won. Kind of deal, you know? All you sell is used clothing? No, totally. Absolutely. Same. But I don't even get to sell enough or frequently enough. That bear needs to be hooked up before we can lock the doors. That's floor, not walls. I need walls. Ponce, thank you much for the raid. What up, dude? Chat, can I get a round of beers for Ponce? Or some whiskey? Either or. And don't drown them, please. Ponce, in a couple minutes here, I'm actually going to be playing a game that you might be interested in, which I could probably help you get a key for if you want. Rift Wizard 2. Rift Wizard is the game that inspired Path Vakra. It's kind of like Path Vakra, but with like 1,000,000 times more math. And supplement it with a few prepared meals. Gotcha. Used to be the other way around. Yeah. I think when you are running your fort using used clothing, you've hit endgame. Also, Rolf, thank you very much for gifting a subscription to Salty Tempest. That is the first gifted sub in, Jesus Christ, a long time today. Since Creed gifted a sub 3 hours ago. Appreciate you, mate. Pretty much whenever time. It could be earlier in the day or later in the day. If you want, I could ask Tony if he wants to grab lunch or something. Once. We're doing a whiskey sipping night on Sunday. There is a chinchilla invading my fortress. I'm very concerned for our safety. There's multiples. Oh god, they brought friends. there's like 3 of them. It's really funny when I see the combat log of like, Dragon has like horribly murdered a chinchilla. There we go. This is the bear that I need to get connected to this. Okay. Sure, later in the day works. Rock and gem sounds dwarfy. Murder chinchillas gang are dangerous, yeah. But chat room, thank you very much for all the bits and subs and gifts and resubs and everything this week. Also all the new YouTube members we've gotten. Let's do this. Wait for Manchuck to get back inside. Every dwarf needs a full new set of clothing every 2 years, so that's 1,000 pieces of clothing every year, pretty much. Oh, if you're doing dye, I'm not doing dye. But stuff's been decorated plenty of times. This is so satisfying to me, just seeing all of these weapon racks and or armor stands with weapons and armor on them. So fucking satisfying. So absolutely fucking satisfying. Oh, true. Yeah, 1,000 cloth. Yeah, that's a very accurate estimate, I would say. You know, this is something that they should add to DF Hack, and also I would really like to see in the vanilla game. When you take a dwarf off of training in here, it should unassign them from their squad. Like, it should go to paused or yellow or something. Because what ends up happening right now is if they're set to train and you take them off training, they'll still go train anyway. Like, I respect their dedication to the craft, but boy, kind of a lot. Kind of a lot of training. All right, we're going to add some things to this burrow. We're going to add down here. So I can keep working on all this stuff. There's this kid. Oh, sweet. You're back inside. Awesome. Then in that case, we can close the gate.
Yar bongos.
Kano, thanks for the 9th month. Welcome back. Chat, your streamer needs to take a piss. Wait, is it possible to generate enough good thoughts from other sources so that the dwarves get upset about having no clothing, or are they kind of okay with that? I've never seen a fort that's managed to survive with 0 clothing industry. Outside of forts, well, what you could do is you could put everybody in the military and keep them permanently off duty with uniform always on, and then they will keep their armor on. But dwarves will, like, 2 of the worst moods dwarves can have is equipping a piece of clothing and then having it rot off their body, and also not being able to acquire new objects, unless they're not greedy, which is very, very rare. So I would say no, that's not really possible. The Cruel Chances is a performance script that this Monster Slayer is a part of, and you also brought 3 books. 2 books and a crown. Sometimes cruel. I will be right back, chat. I'm gonna go take a piss.
Cheese for everyone!
No, 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 no! No! No!
Over here, he has a sword!
It's a Unix system. I know this.
That! Hi, back. So am I, Rangerick. Okay, let's disprove of this agreement for loss of life. Oh, actually, kind of funny. I also need to turn this on. Because currently, this is not a touchable lever. There we go. Who's pulling the lever? Why am I gobbling? Xylium's coming to get it. Ponder's lever, consider it pondered. Holy shit, that's a big siege. Good lord. There's a lot of them. There do is be a lot. Okay. Unless I've screwed up horribly, we should be good. I mean, how many is it? Let's see. 250 goblins. And 3 chinchillas. Fear the chinchillas. But Jesus Christ, that's a lot of goblins. Yeah. And coming down the mountain, this force that is vile will have to walk in single file, possibly, to get into the fort. The chinchilla scouting parties? Yeah, no, the chinchillas, they're not to be trusted, man. They've got my death on their minds, that's for sure. Yeah, this is how I'm going to eventually transition into my budding SoundCloud rapping career, by learning to rhyme. One dwarf at a time. Naturally. I can't wait to make none of that ad revenue. I'm glad, John. One of my goals is to like help people, you know, build forts that aren't just squares. Nothing wrong with squares. Squares can be great, but they can be very efficient. However, you can do such cooler things that are not squares. So much cooler. Speaking of chinchillas, one of my cave dragons is killing a chinchilla. It's a lunchable for my dragons, you know? Chinchillas do have really soft paws, yeah. Oh, it's because I never turned that squad back on. There we go. It's a dragon, mate. I'm pretty sure dragons just kill things. They don't really discriminate much. It's like the same reason that like the cat that we had that my parents have used to kill bunnies. Like, you know, it's the way of nature. Nature is brutal and evil. And that is such a cool thing to see, man. Oh, I really, really wish. There's two sprites that I wish were clearer in this version of the game. I wish that waves were visible, and I wish that like mist and lava mist were way more obvious, because it's so fucking cool watching a glob of lava come out of a minecart and then bounce off of the lava, which is what it's doing. It's bouncing. And every time it bounces, it makes that spray of mist go up. It's so fucking cool looking. It's so cool. It's like smoke is nice and visible. It's mist that I think is lacking. Because like it is such a neat effect. Yeah, no, like, you know, if you're intimidated by ASCII, don't play in ASCII. Just like occasionally swap over to ASCII and like look at something that you're used to seeing in ASCII, because it's just it's a completely different perspective on the same game. Like, you know, you get to see them coming around the corner over here. Think of things I could add to this. I don't actually know how many bolts they have available, but I could put some arc swerves down here. Stone's a happy dwarf. Uh-oh. Wait, never mind. I thought I saw a dwarf in a spot they're really not supposed to be. I thought I saw a dwarf over here, but no, they were just over here. Oh, there we go. We got dwarves up here firing bolts now. Look at this. Firing bolts. Oopsies. Can't really zoom in very well. Yeah, that's not a bad layer to be on. Kind of hard to see the bolts from down here, but you know, we can see Autumn here, the militia commander, firing out some bolts. Probably going off to go get more bolts now. And what I can do now, zoom back out a little bit. Jump to this lever, which is, nope, not that one. This one. There goes another goblin. Into the lava they go. I mean, it used to be possible with text will be text, but because the code is completely different now, text will be text no longer works. And also, the thing that you need to remember is that text will be text was the cause of the vast majority of the game's crashes, right? So there used to be a mod for that, sort of, or a plugin for that, rather. Red Dwarf coming up? Probably. There you are. Oh, nope, never mind. You're just storing items in bins. Got more Marks Dwarves firing shots. How's your shots doing? Flying Grizzly Barebone Bolt. Puts them in the upper leg, but they're all just deflected. I think I can get this squad back to training. Now we're literally just waiting for a dwarf to come up here and pull this lever. We know there's somebody coming. It's probably you. There you are. Just a robotic cow is coming to pull the lever. Who's kind of pissed, unfortunately. But, you know, you never do fail to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations. You just want to be with family, pray a little bit, and get some martial training at some point. So now the bridges are going to go up, and the goblins are just going to walk through all the mist. And hopefully, very quickly, burst into flames. You only have a single dwarf left in your fort? Dwarf, dealer's choice. Chat, happy or sad? What kind of dwarf do I give him? I'll do this once the siege breaks. All right, we'll pull this lever again. We are still getting plenty of things catching fire, just not quite as many as I would want. There we go. I'm very happy that goblin got hit. Come on. Protect the bear at all cost. We must protect the bear. Oh no, bear may be about to die. Not the bear. It's unfortunate. Another bear bites the dust. Sad, 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 sad. I'm sorry, Rao, Shin Cat. You're getting a very upset dwarf. Well, this will probably end the siege. And there they go. Goodbye, goblins. If that doesn't end the siege, I will be surprised. Wow, I don't think it did. Shit. Turns out there's a lot of them. But we're still hitting them. Picking off the scragglers. You have to be kind of careful about them climbing, though. Can you make armor for your animals in DF? No. You can use them as pack animals in adventure mode, though. Although, I personally wouldn't really use animals for on-site defense. They're much better in off-site defense. Speaking of off-site defense, actually. Creatures, animals. I'm going to assign a bunch of war dragons. Van Ori. And also some war grizzlies to Van Ori. The reason I'm assigning them to this dwarf is they are the least likely dwarf to die during a siege. We're going to give Shinkat Jurist Bimlashmid, who is a militia captain, apparently. Supposedly. Not anymore, though. How many are left? I don't have the number up right at this exact moment. Ryo-Shin Cat. You're bored. You got some needs that need to be met. He is given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction, unable to avoid any physical confrontations. He tends to respect this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He doesn't handle stress well. He likes a little excitement now and then. He is conflicted by this since he considers tranquility preferable to tumult conceptually. He tends to be passive in discussions and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. He tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of raising a family and personally finds introspection to be a waste of time, values tranquility and a peaceful day, and views loyalty unfavorably. He likes slate, lead, moonstone, donkey leather, and cotton fabric, maces, catapult parts, and the words of the fragrant sheen glimmer, and prefers to consume toad, char, and cassava beer, and two-humped camel's milk, and absolutely hates lizards. You're blissful when remembering a legendary dining room. You aren't married, but your spouse doesn't live here. You do have, well, you had 3 cousins who lived, wow. You had a bunch of cousins who lived here, and they're all dead. So I don't blame you for being upset. I would be upset too. Yeah, wow, that's rough. It's a rough existence, mate. No wonder sad. No wonder sad indeed. Yeah. All right. Well, we're in an ad break at this exact moment. I think I'm going to send the good squad up here. I'm also going to go down and into the fort briefly. Go to here. Basically none of the named stuff, and then Kib as well, and unassign. Because Kib is the war elephant that is associated with that dwarf. Let's give them a second to station. You know what? Why don't I send these 2 squads as well? We're going to pull this lever. Oh, it's going all right, Bob. Hope you're doing well. I hope they improve the classic UI. It's basically broken. It certainly takes a long time to learn, and they're improving both variants of the, or both aesthetics for the UI. But I don't know if I necessarily agree with you that it's basically broken. It's a bit of an exaggeration. It certainly takes a while to learn, but I don't know if that necessarily automatically means that it's broken. I think I will pull this lever one more time. It's just a chinchilla running around. But, what you up to, Bob? Any plans for the weekend? Playing any cool games recently? Pull the lever. Okay. Drop a bunch more goblins. And now we can open this. Oh, wow. Frame rate just went bye-bye. That's fine. It'll come back. It's just the goblins repathing. He's a Fluffy Wambler. We even have a Fluffy Wambler emote. Hey, chat, share the Fluffy Wambler emote. But just remember, they literally are a vermin, so cats kill them constantly. Yeah, okay, so these goblins are trying to leave, and that's why the frame rate went bye-bye. Okay. We'll wait. Ah, there we go. Now they can leave. You know, oh man, I was gonna say I probably shouldn't actually let this fight happen, but then the gate opened, so it's a little bit late. Dwarves are running through very enthusiastically. Darius Cardrin is up at the front. Please, no lava yourselves to death, dwarf. Oh. Salom the Spearmaster, being a very smart dwarf. Moralv being a very smart dwarf. Shit. Nish being a very dumb dwarf. How many marks gobs are there? It's literally this guy. I need you dead. Ingas, another one of my marks dwarves. Good lord. Olam, Nish. Careful, dwarves. Be careful. This is a very dumb. Oh, sweet. Okay, that's good. At least the best captain out of all of these squads is at the back. Well, Darius is in the lava. Sorry, Darius. I realized you got a dwarf this morning, and I made a dumb decision deciding to try and be fun. And, well, I'll see how that went. I want these dwarves to back up as soon as they get the opportunity. Oh, boy. The thing that makes them fall into the lava is they're dodging out of the way of bolts and arrows. So as long as there's not that many archer dwarves, we're pretty safe. The word here is pretty safe. There goes Avuz. Okay, they appear to be retreating, which is what I want. Whew. Why are you doing that? This is not really how I wanted this to go. Just back up, dwarves. Just back up. Do the smart thing. Run the fuck away, please. You too. You became horrified? It's kind of a Brothers Grimm sort of thing, right? Where they are more disturbing than they are cute, even though they are hysterical sounding. That's kind of my favorite type of fantasy, actually. All right, well, let's pull that lever. And here's a thing I'm going to do. So we just lost... Did any of these dwarves... You did. Cole, let's try and resurrect you. Because, you know, we kind of spent today... Oh, jeez. Well... Gotta open these doors first. I think they should all be at the bottom. Onul was one of my dwarves. Okay, yes. Cole was. All right. I'm going to make a new burrow. And it's going to be called, that one Power Wolf. Song, oh. Song by Power Wolf. Anybody gets that reference, yeah, I don't know, you get an imaginary cookie that doesn't exist. We're gonna go here. Let's remove Big Bang, Talon, Bonesaw. Can't find my zombie and Skobold from here. And... add them all to this. Body forbidden? No? What? Oh, it's not the Wambler that horrified... It's the Nightwing that horrified you, I get you. Now we're gonna go and, not seize Violent Mind, but... I'm going to send... all of my squads to go pillage Tempest Hex. And the reason I'm doing this is Tempest Hex has a demon and is largely, like, the strongest location that the goblins have. So I'm telling all of my squads to go attack that. Also, the song I'm thinking of is Resurrection by Erection. It's one of those songs that just lives rent-free in my brain for some reason. Whenever I think about necromancy, it's the only thing I can think of. What the fuck are demon rats? Google demon rat. It's a real-life creature. Not joking. Real-life creature. Actually exists. Okay. Bob the Mason has been found dead. What? Did you kill Thob the Mason? Huh. I don't know who this person is, but they don't seem very friendly. Maybe the dwarves will have to deal with it. Or not. Weird. You know what? Let's just do it this way. Actually, I literally have to turn off this burrow, don't I? To do this. Well, there's Darius we found. We've got time, though. The bodies haven't rotted yet. It's impossible to bring back friendly zombies once the bodies have rotted. Athel Onu? Oops. What? I don't understand why I can't type that in. Edem. Oh, maybe actually I opened the menu before it was there. There you go. Okay. And then the last one, which is Darius. Number 2. Which is with the K. Avuz. Are you found dead or missing? Missing. Missing. Damn, we did lose quite a few in that. Let's just queue all these up real quick. Demon rats are fine, but they're one of those things where you see them in Dwarf Fortress and you assume the worst, you know? Oops. Like they're just a rodent, right? Like they're a real life rodent. But I mean, I had the exact same response that Diamond just had the first time I read demon rat. I was like, what in the world is a demon rat? Because like, you know, you always you when you're playing like a low fantasy game, you always go, oh well, it's obviously going to horribly murder me, whatever it is. No, yes, but it's literally just a rodent, so it's not something you need to be afraid of. Come on, let's get this done before it becomes worse than a mutilated corpse. Same with a devil gecko. Aren't devil geckos just like red geckos? All right, chat. I need you guys to cross your fingers. Wish me luck. Because we need these zombies to come back to life. Like, desperately, even. So, round of beers for good luck. The necromancers are going to need the fuel. I'm really curious to see how many dwarves we lose in this siege, actually. Real curious. Anybody else putting anything else on display? Okay, it's just this. That's fine. We'll just do the one then. Okay, so I need to lock this. Now we just need this lever to get pulled. So when this lever gets pulled, this body should get resurrected. Should. Here's hoping. Who's coming to pull the lever? That's actually the next important question. Oh, it's Kogan. Kogan, you got this. I got faith in you, Kogan. You're our most important dwarf at this exact second at this moment right now. Or one of the most important dwarves at this exact moment, at this exact second, at this moment right now. Please go pull this lever and make it quick. I need the lever pull stat. Zump. There we go. Excellent. Chat room, we have now acquired a cold butcher. Onul is friendly. Welcome to the fortress, Onul, the dwarf cold butcher. Welcome to the fort. He's kind of injured. He's going to need some stitches, probably. But he's already a competent hammer dwarf. I'm sure he'll come get rescued in a moment. When he comes and gets rescued, he'll go into the hospital. Awoken by the loud cries and wails of the great rock, Goto. Now we need coal to get put there. Okay, so we've got Dumat, Furnace Hunter, running to grab coal. It does, but not from the ceiling. So if you've dug sideways horizontally that are not stairs into an aquifer, that will not block lava. Oh, also we should put these back up. Here you go, dwarf. It won't require it. I guarantee you, Devin, it won't require it. But there might / probably will be some features that you won't have access to unless you generate a new world. Because it can't retroactively add stuff to a world that you had. We might eventually get past that requirement, but we don't live in that world yet. Now, as long as this doesn't become a skeleton, we should be able to go another round. Because that's the problem, right? If it becomes a skeleton, it will never be friendly with us. No, come on. Also, my necromancers are not where I need them to be at this exact moment. The hell are you doing all the way out here, Talon? We're on a tight schedule here. I require my necromancers to be back here. There's one. Sweet, that'll do. Fortunately, I only actually need one. And pull the lever. Everyone's playing Dragon's Dogma 2. Is everyone really playing it? I haven't looked at my following all day today. Okay, so... Yes, no, no. No. Well, I don't know. It's like maybe a quarter. Fifth of the people I follow are streaming it right now. And success number 2? Yeah, there we go. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Yeah, a lot of Stardew, actually. I think for me, it's maybe more Stardew. I gotta say, the Hollow Virtuous Bridges is a really good name for a Necromancer Resurrection Squad. Like a really good name. Yeah, and then the zombies, they go into the hospital. And they get all of their wounds tended to. Basically, they do heal, like, obvious wounds. Like, this one's missing a hand, which is largely okay. But they become immortal. And they lose, you know, more or less all of their stress, like, immediately. So, that'll be good. Also, if you resurrect necromancers, they keep their... If you resurrect necromancers, they keep their necromancy powers, which I think is kind of rad. It's one of my favorite things about necromancers. There we go. Got diagnosing, getting done by Baka. As somebody who doesn't have a wife, I have no idea what is and is not acceptable practice to have around having a wife, because I do not have a wife, so I couldn't really tell you, dude. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a bad person to ask in that regard. And there we go. All right, chat room. So, how many of these dwarves still need to leave the map? You're in the process of sleeping. Okay. How about you? All left the map. You're working on it. You're on the way out. Solon still needs to leave the map. And then we need to go up to here. No, it's open, sweet. And then this can just get a new bear on it. Anytime you need to sneak around is a bad idea. Yeah, that would be my feeling. I mean, especially if we're talking about stuff like alcohol. Like, alcohol is no joke. Not something to be fucked around with. Like if you have a partner that you value and you have alcohol that you are sneaking past them, that is not a great situation to be in, I would say, and not something I would want to do. But I don't know. You live your life. Keep your beer, keep happy. If you need beer to keep happy, you need a different partner, especially if you need to hide it. Okay. I know where you at. Come on, we'll watch this dwarf leave the map. No, I get you. I don't know. I would just... Yeah, I don't know. At that point, Neezer, I think that's a very difficult question to ask. I would just, like, tell your wife that you're going to take the supply and store some of them outside. You know? Like, especially, like, if she approves of your beer supply, that's just the acquiring of a second storage location. I as long as it's still the same beer, I would see that as being okay, probably. What are you wearing that's a cloak? Oh, okay, we need new cloaks. Let's do 100 pigtail cloaks. Let's do 120. I would rather cut both of my feet off and gouge out my one working eye than have to play oxygen not included again. So, no, I'm good. All right, Dwarf, you've been fired. Get out of the military. Wait, actually, no, I can't do that. Shit. Okay, well, I don't know who GC Fungus is, so what's a tutorial bite? Is that just a quick tutorial? Because I think I've made like 150 of those. Why do I need to keep remaking my tutorials in different formats? I don't get it. Like, I made like 60 for this game, plus a bunch of longer guides, and then put them all together into a 7.5-hour video. How else do you want them formatted? I'm so confused. Life could be worse then, Neezer. In vertical phone format. Don't talk to me about vertical phone formats. I don't like editing vertical phone formats. Why is that so hard to say? Also, yes, I'm using fast dwarf. You didn't see anything. I'm just getting tired about this dwarf taking so goddamn long to get off the map. It's literally just this one, too. Wake the fuck up, dwarf. Come on. Wide gang. Yep. You gotta widen the gang, man. Let's widen the boys. Well, I got ghosts that are not memorialized just yet. Diagonal phone format? What? There we go. You guys didn't see any of that. That was just me working on my sanity a little bit. Oh, right. Because there's also this burrow that I made for them. Okay. Ironically, I had Fast Dwarf on for a good chunk of time. There's still shit everywhere. The fort's still a goddamn mess. Didn't really change too much, I guess. Make sure all the cave dragons are out. Yep. Yes, we are good. Okay. Now we're going to wait for them to come back. Gonna get rid of these. Got a shit ton of cloaks made. Okay. I've got, look at all of the splints and bits of cloth and thread that are in that dwarf. Good lord. Dwarf here. You created a clear tourmaline amulet. Well, that's cool. I think that can probably be assigned to my champion. There it is. So many books reading, so many dwarves reading random books. Actually, speaking of books, how many books am I at? 325 in there. And the second library has 22. That's a lot of books. All right. Some pieces need to get melted down. Game saving. I just really want to see if my higher tier of, like, squads now, with all that we have, can actually deal with the enemies at that location. I'm real curious. Also, just out of bloody curiosity, I probably won't, but what the heck is a tutorial bite? Genuine question. Because, like, I'm not really interested in remaking my tutorials again until they need to be remade. I don't see the point in covering the same topic in multiple formats, aside from it's just, like, milking views. Making tutorials is exhausting and a lot of work. And it's the closest time I've ever come to burning out on making content. If it's literally just like shorts but tutorials, absolutely not 1,000%. Aside from when, like, I happen to end up with a clip. My shorts are all just clips from my stream. So if I happen to explain something and somebody happens to clip it and I remember, I will consider going back and redoing it and doing it that way. But, like, That's what a baby does when it learns to eat solid food. Gotcha. No, totally. Like, I'm aware that the tutorials are some of the most popular content I've made. but one of my favorite quotes about tutorials I've ever gotten from another YouTuber is from Krug Smash. Krug Smash made a getting started guide, like just one single tutorial, which I think is like over 1 million views now. It's like his most viewed thing. And I asked him if he was planning to make more tutorials for premium when it comes out. And you know what he told me? I'm crazy, but I'm not a psychopath. And I agree. It is the highest pressure, hardest content to make, because if you get anything wrong, everybody hates you. If you get something right that then becomes wrong later, everybody yells at you that you were wrong retroactively. And it's just very, very, very time-consuming, exhausting content to make. So I make them, but making the same content and then chopping it down after the fact, nah. Not something I'm willing to do. All right, well, that whole squad's dead. This whole squad is mostly dead. Squad is mostly dead, and this squad is getting wrecked. So I think it's pretty safe to say that went pretty horribly. Thank you. I'm glad you like my tutorials. And I'm glad people watch them, and I'm glad people find them helpful. But making them is a pain. There's a very big difference between, like, me. I'm happy with the work that I've done. Like, for full clarity, I'm happy with the work that I've done. I'm glad that people get use out of it. But it is very much I'm only willing to do so much and use so much time on certain types of things, you know? And it's the same reason that, like, YouTube uploads have been kind of slow recently, and why the last, like, a couple of the last few videos I've done have just been me talking at the camera, because those are quick and easy to make and don't require a lot of brain capacity. It is exhausting to make certain types of content, and the easiest way to explain it is, like, you make content when you need to make content, and if you don't need to make content, it's best to just not, because the last thing you want is a creator to get tired of making a thing that is popular, right? So a lot of the stuff that people like me making, I don't really have the desire to make more of it than I need to, because I don't think you guys want me to turn around one day and be like, guys, I'm not making this type of content that you like anymore, because I burnt out, right? That's ever changing over the decades. Oh no, yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, I've had to remake 3 of my tutorials and unlist 2 of them because stuff has changed. Or sorry, I've had to remake 2 of my tutorials and unlist 2 of my tutorials because stuff has changed in the time that I've been, since last year. And you know what the result is? Like, I made a video about how to make quantum stockpiles. And then a thing changed. And so I had to remake that video. The original has like 90,000 views. The remade one has like, actually, now I'm curious. How many views does it have? The remade one has, okay, so the original one had 65,000 views. And the remade, updated one from August has 12. And gets views slower than the other one did. Which isn't bad. Like, that's good views. But, like, it feels like you lose progress. It's a slog at times. The type of content I like making, actually, is just interviewing developers. Which is a little bit frustrating at times. Because it is the content that I make that people watch the least, except for the interviews with Zach and Tarn. For obvious reasons. Okay, so we're still getting outmatched. Oh, wait, what? Why did Odom lead the attack? Oh, man. Well, that sucks. Van Ori didn't actually lead the attack, so we just kind of ran in and everybody died. Great. Attis is gonna get killed too, I think. Yep. My cave dragons are all dying. My elephants are dying. Jesus. That hurts. Well, that's why we had no chance. I don't even want to watch that. Okay. Let's go here. I have no assigned war animals. You know what we're gonna do, chat? See this location? Raid. Steal livestock. Go get them. How many dwarves are in this squad? Not many. Get back out there. Go steal us some more dragons. You crazy goddamn dwarves. All right, so this fortress constantly in flux of unbuilding itself and rebuilding itself. Losing soldiers and gaining soldiers. I think it is time for us to call it today for dwarfs. We're going to go play a game that's not out yet. That's what we're going to do. I'm going to pause Dwarf Redemption so you guys don't try and redeem dwarves, because that'd be silly. And I mean, you can tell me to save the game, but I can tell you right now, it'll be 100% a waste of your channel points. Exclusive? I don't know if it's exclusive. I know other people have access to it, but it is certainly a game that isn't out yet. It comes out on the 25th/24th. I don't know. The release date on Steam says the 24th, and the blog post says the 25th. So I don't actually know what day it's coming out. I'm assuming like probably midnight, like right before midnight on the 24th, because I know the developer's in Indonesia time, so it's whatever time is for him. If you are sticking around, if I could get a round of beers, that'd be fantastic. We're gonna probably play for like an hour or two. Not too much longer because we've been streaming for almost 7 hours, and today is my day off. Also, sad feeling in my heart. Not that it really affects you guys. We've dropped down below 900 subscribers again. We're at 845. Feels sad, man. I like staying above 900. Actually, I like staying above 1,000 because it makes me feel cool, but... One could dream? Yeah. Now, that would be an exclusive first look that I would love to have, Diamond. All right, so... let's go play some... Rift Wizard 2.